What the fuck? I don't think you healed me. By the time I used an Enrith, he just couldn't hit me. And every other time I was over there.
Hey guys, my name's Blake, and welcome to the Technical Difficulties podcast. We struggled to manage to actually organise the table today.
I'm sure they could hear me.
So we just had complete technical difficulties with the whole set as well.
We lost the table.
Yeah.
Well, you can see our links.
Sorry, you can also find us on YouTube.
I'm not just a floating
we stream on
torso.
Twitch every Wednesday and Friday. Rob also does streaming
At
on
8:30.
some other days too. How's that coming along, Rob?
At the moment, I haven't really figured out an actual day, but we're getting to it.
Okay. And I heard Jordan's going to be streaming soon. Is that right? No, motherfucker. We're still not any closer to getting a camera. Okay, that's great. And what do you do, Arthur?
Absolutely nothing.
You just sit in the same spot? Awesome. Good to know. Kat,
Are you wearing
any
this-
closer to streaming again?
No.
No. Okay, awesome. All right. I'm going to hand it back over
gonna
to
say
Blake
yes.
again. I just thought I'd get rid of all
Are you
his
gonna show
notifications
us?
for him at the very start of the introduction.
Wow, he's not even wearing the same shirt.
Quick, roll the intro theme.
We're the same.
Show it.
If he doesn't show the shirt, he's not wearing it.
Well, this isn't D&D.
It may as well be.
Down and under.
He's
I'm
absolutely
sorry,
right.
Ah.
Hold it.
Older to what?
Oh, personality traits. I have this random.
Oh.
Can I
Is
get
that just
some
is
more?
that you or the character?
This is me.
Personality traits. I'm a motherfucking pirate.
I'm the bonds, you know. This
I
is
didn't
my-
rewrite down all of my personality traits when I made the new sheet. So it's just blank.
You whore.
The only
basically.
one I have is this is my rifle, this is my gun, this is for fighting, and this is my gun.
You're done here. All right. Enough out of you, man.
So, considering we're not doing D&D right now, can we still give strikes?
Yeah, I'll get the book out. I will get the book out.
I have one flaw.
You need the microphone. You.
I'm a dumb piece of shit.
Yeah, we knew that.
This is not new information.
Sorry, guys. We're just experiencing some technical difficulties at the moment. So,
You know what the best part's going to be?
yo,
If the microphones aren't actually turned on right
that
now.
will be brilliant.
I can hear
I
them.
didn't remember I have 3 mannequins.
You have 3 mannequins.
Mannequin? No. He has 3 mannequins.
You tied one of them to the broomstick to look haunted.
I was putting some sort of armor on one of them.
It was.
You know what I forgot that I had? A laser rifle.
Didn't
The
we
one that-
lose that?
Very briefly.
Oh, okay.
Because you needed to make an intelligence check to fire it.
Yeah, none of us.
I
And no one had enough intelligence.
I had 15 rations from the start of the campaign and finished with 15 rations.
Yeah, I think I
Nice.
did that too. Hold up. Where's my rations? I think I did something very similar.
I-
You had 6 days.
Of life.
Gotcha.
I have 36 rations that were in my bag of holding.
Let's do it again.
I had the 2 best named weapon game. First one was bad news. Second was Daruk.
Daruk.
Oh, is that a chess piece? Was that a chess piece?
There is a sword that power.
The Rook. The Rook.
I'm so glad you didn't have the microphone for that one. Oh my god.
I'm pretty
Probably still would have heard it. Yeah.
Probably did, but you know.
When we're doing this,
Hey,
it's
Kat.
probably extremely loud.
Can we put the heater on? I hope not. I'm wearing a jumper. I think I had a +5. What the fuck? I'm the rogue. Y'all are wildin'. Anyway, we've finished our technical difficulties, and we have our good friend Mr. Blake Ignatius here today. How you going, buddy?
Going good, mate.
Yeah, you feeling pretty good, mate?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Could we get Doritos in the chat if the echo has pretty much disappeared?
I think we have to keep talking so they can see if
I know, but I've been talking.
Okay.
And just seeing if it.
I mean, we got
has...
a comment saying ready, set, red.
Ready, set, red. I'm not too sure.
Free.
So is the echo actually gone or not? Thank you, Blue Infusion. Alrighty, so how you guys going tonight? We are all here because our sessions are kind of gotten mixed around with things, and we have to just take a week off to make sure it actually fits up together.
I'd like to point out that is at no fault of the Wednesday group. It is the Friday group that managed to fuck it up again. So just let them know next time you see him again in the chat, alright?
I was on my way
I don't want to hear it.
to the session.
To be fair,
And
he
Ben
was
got
actually on his
called.
way.
I don't want to hear excuses.
I was very mad.
Just be better, alright?
The one time he was.
Well, actually, Jacob has arrived to every single one of their sessions.
That's right. I've arrived to more sessions than you have.
Actually, yes.
I had COVID.
No.
So?
Yeah. And then Rob and Arthur have actually had the highest attendance out of you two.
I had COVID. I think that's fine.
Yeah, but hear me out. I've now also turned up to a Wednesday session.
No way. Yeah, because you missed being a part of the better group. I understand.
And I've turned up to every Monday session.
He does have the highest attendance. Second to me.
Because you're a nerd.
I know. We play Dungeons and Dragons.
We're carried
You're
away.
a nerd too.
What are we doing tonight, Blake, to make up for the fuck up on Friday?
So we actually I wasn't gonna do really anything tonight. My original plan was to fix a lot of the stuff on OBS and try and figure out how, if we move to YouTube, because that's originally what we wanted to do. I think Jacob and I have gone over that plenty of times in our podcast, that we wanted to move to YouTube because Twitch does something. If you don't accept affiliate, it doesn't give you enough bandwidth to use. So it actually cuts your quality. Like right now we're filming on HD, and it's coming out pixelated and dog crap. And that's not an internet connection thing. We've tested everything of that.
We're basically recording at 1080p and getting 480p output.
Yeah, pretty much. So that's why when you see the comments that say like pixelated and stuff, that's because of that stuff. Yeah. 144.
144p.
Saying that, like,
Even worse.
That trying to like create more. Sorry. In order to try and like fix that, but not make more work for the group, is it possible to record our sessions in HD with the way we want to, rather than screen capturing Twitch and putting it onto YouTube?
We can. There wouldn't be much of a difference, to be honest. No, it's a real question. We technically could, but I like the live stream aspect that they see in real time, or delayed time of real time, that we actually like all the fuck ups we do.
Fuck off, Jordan. Sure.
Because otherwise, and another thing is too, I'd much rather see people see us try and not script the show.
No. Then like, all the way we do for Twitch and whatnot. But then if we have like another couple of cameras, not like just recording and not putting it on YouTube, like not doing the Twitch upload, and they just capture the angles as well in the high def, so that we can use that footage.
Yeah. I used to record the episodes off my computer because it does.
Yeah.
It's just that I don't record them anymore from that one time that I forgot to, and you showed me.
But now we should just.
Oh yeah, probably. But my computer is currently not being the best at the moment.
Fair enough.
So anyway, now, no, they don't have any scripts in their hands. They have they have their. No one can hear you, Rob, because of the settings that I put to these mics.
Like, why don't you tell us what we're doing today?
That's what I want to tell.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what's in their hand is actually their campaign 1 character sheets, except for Arthur's. He's got his in his pocket and his character sheet on the table. And it's their level 1. They're not going to be able to see or read that.
You say level 1?
Level 1.
Yeah. Even though it says level
with a 7
17,
after it.
And it's their first characters, not everyone's first characters. I actually still have the sheets of those characters, but it's
Joe, the average Joe.
no, not Joe.
Oh, damn.
If I'm gonna do something with Joe, it's gonna have the other 2 players in it, and it's gonna be a one shot. Alrighty, and then I'm gonna make it something else. I know he is. And look, we've got all the means to make those characters exist in miniature form and all that stuff, but that's not the point. The point is that this is a first campaign, and we're going to talk about how it began, how it became a group that plays every week, unless someone doesn't decide to arrive and give me short notice. I'm not calling out. Anyway, and
Yeah, pulling out. Okay. This isn't directed at you, specifically Dylan.
they can hear you when you look at the mic. So anyway, so what we're gonna do is move the mics around, and they're gonna say like who their character is and what level they were, and we're gonna talk about the first campaign, pretty much in its entirety except for like the non-important things, and talk about like their favorite moments from the campaign and the funny moments. So during this, if you guys have any questions, you're more than free to ask questions about like anything you want. We will pretty much answer them for this. So we'll start first up with Rob. So introduce yourself and who your character was.
Hey guys, my name's Rob, and my character was Bang. Bang to be exact.
Yeah, it's your last name. I get it.
First name Bang, last name Bang.
Yeah, I was a fighter bard, level 17, 13 levels in fighter and 4 levels in bard.
Did you actually take 4 levels in Bard?
Holy shit! What did you?
so
Wait,
cracked.
hold on.
Are you what?
What did you subclass?
Silent spell. That's why you chose.
Literally, I wanted the silent spell.
What did you subclass Bard though?
He
You
did.
straight up didn't take a
generic levels.
subclass 4 levels into it.
I did join the College of Glamour because I thought it was
Oh,
fun.
okay. That's what he was asking.
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
You could have picked so many things that just would have been way better, like the College of Swords one.
Fighter.
But you know what? I couldn't. If I went College of Swords, it would make my gun. It was rendered my guns.
To be fair, didn't we talk a long time about your multi-class being something else, and then you chose to go Bard for the meme?
Well, what happened was I didn't meet.
What happened was.
I couldn't meet the requirements of dual classing into Paladin because of strength.
What is your charisma?
15. But with a strength total of 8, I didn't meet the strength part. Even though Blake did say, yeah, you can change your stats so you can make it work. Paladin.
Sorry, I should also clarify, in campaign 1, when we hit our 4th level, etc., we could take a feat and the stat bonuses. So we were kind of cracked with these characters. So that's why he had such a high charisma stat as a fighter.
I was also, just to note, a 4.5 foot goblin.
So, what was your favorite moment playing?
So many. If I have to choose one, have to be the Believe story.
The belief. Okay, talk me through the belief story.
All right, so Arthur's character, walk on water. Was it a spell or you just...
I had a spell that I could walk on water. And I could make other people also walk on water.
Me with the intelligence 8 was like, hey, I can do that, and I jumped on the water and I started sinking because I didn't know how to swim. And then Arthur's character was like, you just gotta believe, and he ended up casting walk on water, and I thought I'd hard enough that I was actually walking on water.
That's actually why he wanted to go into Paladin, because he wanted to follow the same god. Because he believed to walk on water. So I think it's a really cool idea too, if we all go through now Bang and tell everyone our favorite moments of Bang. My favorite memory was when we first learnt about Bang, and you weren't sure what food you'd be interested in. And so we had to roll constitution checks for every food he tried. So the first thing he got was a giant juicy steak. And his constitution roll ended up being like a 3.
It was dog shit.
Like it was absolute trash. So it just became it just became fact that he just hated meat. So then the next moment he tried some celery. And he rolled his con save. It was a natural 20. And this mother just loved celery. So he'd pick it up and he'd sawdust it through his front teeth. And he would have the biggest heart of a celery. So anytime we went to any person we met, you just see this little 4-foot goblin scrabble up with his little guns go,
Got any celery?
"You got any celery there, mate?"
I'm pretty sure we got to a point where my meal would be, the bowl would be watermelon, and it would be a salad with lettuce, carrots, and celery.
Yeah. Casting Hero's feast, yeah.
Bro.
Which also helped out with when I became a bard. I needed an instrument, and I literally bought a tuning fork. Was it?
In person. In person.
I have a B flat tuning fork, which doubled up as an eating fork for my salad.
Don't you have it here?
My work is actually at the front.
We'll get it in the break. All right. So if we go around, Kat, what was your favorite memory of Bang?
We'll come.
Okay, Arthur. What was your favorite memory of Bang?
It'd have to be the reason he got the silence spell.
Okay, walk us through it. Why did he get the silence spell?
So, we're in a castle, and we all left the castle, which him. And he decided that he was going to steal this key that we were looking for. It looked like a plug of some sort. And we're all inconspicuous of this whole situation. He's in the castle. There's a demon in the back room. And he decides to cast the silence spell on himself. But on the broom, so it's centered on, it's pinpointed on the broom. Break open the case that this key is in, this glass case, smashing it open, stealing the key, and beating it out the top floor window. All of this silence spell, so no one heard a single thing, and it worked.
I want a preference. It worked, but the glass that still shattered from the beeline of the window when he left it, because of how fast he flew out, it worked. But the one thing I loved was how he actually told you all he did it, because he didn't tell you. He was like,
Bang is one of our favorite characters to play this game. Jacob, what's your favorite moment of Bang?
Okay, I'm not saying my favorite moment. I'm saying the moment that absolutely frustrated me the most, which was in our final battle. We were fighting Grazit. So, for anyone that doesn't know, Grazit has immunity to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from non-magical weapons. Bang has 2 non-magical guns and 1 magical pistol, which he forgot about. So, whilst we're fighting,
It was magical.
whilst we're fighting this demon who is trying to take over the world, he decides that he wants to
Just
run
wanna
into a
mind you,
building.
he was think it was about 12 players in total. But you because of this, you make it 11 players instead, just a meat bag for him to hit.
So he decides he wants to go into this random house. The door is locked. So instead of using his fighter strength of, what is it?
8.
Oh, 8. Okay, fair enough. Instead of, I don't know, using his gun to blast down the door, he runs headfirst into it, rolls some saving throw, probably a con, rolls low, knocks himself out, and proceeds to do literally nothing for the entire rest of the fight which, by the way, went for about 3.5 hours.
I was gonna say that was like an 8-hour stream,
Oh, is it?
and I think he was useless for about 6.5 of it. Like it was ridiculous.
It wasn't 3 hours. That fight went for 8.5 hours.
Yeah, see, I don't remember that because
No,
I
that
was
was a
having
long
fun
ass stream.
doing things.
In saying that, the building I was trying to get into may or may not have had a massive catapult in the roof of it.
It did.
It didn't.
It
It
certainly
was a
did
regular
not.
building that someone lived in the town.
Jesus.
It
Christ.
wasn't even an armory or something.
Just to make matters a lot better, I used to always fight 500 feet away from the fight. With no disadvantage.
You did too. Oh my god, yes. He had a sniper with the sharpshooter feat. So he'd just fly as high as he can on his broomstick so no one could get him, and he'd just pluck things out of the sky. It was ridiculous. Alright. Kat, have you managed to think of your favourite moment of Bang?
I can't remember. Very, very bad memory
Yeah.
of everything. But he did give my character a ball on, so I'm gonna go.
Why? What? How did you get a bowl of yarn from Bang?
No, I remember that because if for those people like you guys who don't remember this, actually, I remember how he got that. He went with your sorcerer, and you guys were generally going through and trying to find just neat little items and stuff you can find. And he turns to me during the session and he's like, "What's there?" And as you guys are all talking, because this is back when this session was where we didn't run it at my house, and we ran it at his house actually, and we were going through it, and I'm just telling him what's there, just random stuff, and then I'm like, and then he goes, "Is there a ball of yarn?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "I'm gonna take it." Like, it was yarn. Yeah, because you thought it was a bunch of rope. So you called it a bunch of rope. And and then what happened was that he takes it and he rolls a sleight of hand check and he just smashed it. I think he rolled like 18 or 19 and you guys were too occupied talking. And then that's when he gave it to you.
By the way, I'm a tabaxi. That's
Yeah, I was gonna say that was what made it even better. Was you're just a giant cat with this bowl of yarn? Yeah. Okay. So, like, as the DM, what was your favorite Bang moment?
My favorite Bang moment. So, as the DM, who ran 3 groups at once, who ran 3 groups 3 times a week, and has to remember everything, which generally I do remember most of it. My favorite moment from Bang. Going off the top of my head, what would be my favorite moment from? Would be. I know. My favorite moment from him was that one day he missed one session. He just missed one session. So generally, what we used to do when players used to miss sessions was that we could all kind of just have a general like feel of how they would be and just autopilot them more or less. And then I would, yeah, or they'd pick someone to be them in combat, but I would make the decisions based off how they are in it and all that stuff. And the thing is that at this time he had a cursed sword. He had a cursed great sword. And remember, he's a 4-foot goblin. His strength was 8. So he actually couldn't use it. So whenever he swung with it, it was disadvantage. And he had the Sword of Vengeance. So if anyone reads that, he generally would go to reach for any other weapon, but he'd end up grabbing that one instead. So he was cursed. One day he wasn't there, and his character was
Hold
like
on,
knocked
before you
out.
continue with this, he did something very specific because he would always go to pull his guns out. But he got into the habit of role-playing it, and he'd go, I reach for my gun. And so he'd make the motion of pulling a sword off of his back.
Yeah. So his character was asleep. Well, and like he was unconscious, so basically asleep. And Arthur, being the cleric, he was just thinking to himself, well, since he's not here and he's unconscious.
It's cursed.
Yeah. So you were like, remove curse. So he just had a +1 sword. Then The next week, we go to the session and a combat happens. And the first thing Rob does, and this is a big combat, by the way, like they're getting their asses kicked, and no one wanted to tell him. No one wanted to tell him.
We made a
at all.
pact that we were not going to tell him. We were going to wait for him to figure it out.
So he goes, okay. So I grab my gun and he pulls out and he like does the action for the sword. So then I'm like, so I turn around and I say, so you pull out your sword? And he nods his head and goes, yes. So he agreed that he did, right? So he doesn't know he's not cursed here. And then they're fighting. Rob's doing nothing. Bang is just not doing a thing. And then I turn to him and I just look at him and I go, actually just tried pulling out your gun. And then he goes, and he just stares at me. Just straight in the eyes. With like a questionable face. He does an action that's different. He goes, I pull out my gun. And I'm like, and how did you pull out your gun? He goes, oh! Bang, 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 bang. He starts to shoot everyone. And he had no idea we kept this from. And I don't even think we kept it from him for like a day. I think it was a session before that we had no combat, and then there was a session after that we actually had combat.
I feel like he actually took like 2 turns worth of shots in that round as well. Like
Probably.
we were all just like so into what he was doing that we counted the number of times he said bang and just let him do the shots.
Sorry,
I think I had 3 attacks plus an action surge, which is another 3 attacks. Yes, we did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Sorry, I do have one more memory of Bang that I love to death, and it actually happened after we lost a player in the party, and we we had a nice, beautiful funeral procession at an island that we used to go to bury all of our characters that had passed away, and we're having this lovely service. And Bang's the last person to stalk, and he just walks up very quietly to the grave, drops some shells into the grave, and just says, "Say hi to the family for me," because he had a thing for killing other goblins.
You want to point
Flicks
out
him
this
into
is
the
my
grave
character as
and
well.
walks away. It was just the most on-point funny thing he's ever done. I thought it was brilliant.
This was my character, and I have to say it was beautiful.
It was very good.
In my defense of that, me being a dumb goblin, the only thing that meant to me more than anything were my bullets. So sacrificing 2 was a lot to me.
Bro, you didn't know. You don't need a defense. It was just a great moment.
There was also that one time where you actually had a shower.
Yes, the first shower of every
The first
campaign.
shower of any character in every one of our campaigns.
And that's because I shat
Because
myself.
he was given his like rifle. Bad news, wasn't it? That was the bad.
Yeah, it was
so
a gift,
he
and I
didn't know
literally
about it.
shat
He got
myself.
given. He's got gifted a gun, and it was so out of nowhere for Bang that he literally shat himself.
This guy doesn't wear pants. It just straight on the floor. It was a mess.
Straight just gone.
Yeah,
So
he really did follow through. He really did.
So they literally dunked him in the seawater as we were going to clean him.
Very true.
In saying that, there was just we also missed out on the fishing times and the skiing times and that big fuck off fish. Time.
No, fuck off. You said your favorite moment.
They were all my favorite.
God damn. We could do a whole stream just talking about Bang. Like, it was a great character.
I also want to point out that anyone that watches the Technical Difficulties podcast, we've spoken about a moment a few times where my character used the very first wish of the game to turn back time. I just want to point out that that was entirely Bang's fault, that we encountered the demon the second time because he decided to climb into a barrel and got kicked down a hill.
I believe it. I think it was a session, yeah.
Yeah, it was because of the percentage to see how it was the percentage to see if he could stay in there.
And
Like-
if he actually went into the water down at the end of the docks.
Because it was too hard to like decide on how many rolls like that would be. So I'm like, screw it, we'll just do percentile. And we're like, ooh, percentile. And then after the 6/6 roll, we're like, oh, percentile.
This was the time that we rolled 666 with an 8 twice in a row.
Yeah.
It was pretty messed up.
We can't forget the Bang and Soul standoff in the middle of the road.
Maybe
With
you
the
can
guns?
maybe
With the
you
guns?
can guys hold up. Maybe that can be your memory of Soul. Let's go to Soul. All right, Arthur, tell us a bit about your character, mate.
I played a dwarven cleric known as Soul Iron Fist. As Blake just found out, he has a last name.
We didn't know we had a last name the entire campaign. We just knew him as Soul.
Yeah, I didn't know. Like, are you kidding me? I don't read your character sheet.
I don't scale your fights. Fuck off.
So yeah, Hill Dwarf. I played a Grave Domain cleric, as I think Blake found that fun to no one buying when I.
So yeah, tell us a bit about Soul. What were some quirky personality traits, or like who did he worship? Tell us all about it. Bro, come on.
Ah, that's right. Yeah. Look, it's been ages since we played these characters. I forgot.
So you
So
just
he
to
worshipped
confirm.
the Raven Queen, which is pretty much death.
Okay. And because of that, what was the fun little quirk you always had with Soul?
But I wouldn't allow anyone to mess with the dead. So I would physically not touch any reanimate spells, just to prove a point that you're dead.
Yeah.
And Soul himself was actually dead.
Yes, he was. Yes.
I'm 100% sure that he bought several 500 gold diamonds so that he could cast Revivify.
Not Revivify, Resurrection.
Okay, there you go.
And he actually did use.
I used
He
Dwarf.
did use diamonds to do it. No. Oh yeah.
Well, that's because they were party members, right? Shut up!
So, on your comment about all that stuff and not like letting people mess with the dead, my biggest thing is fuck you. Having a cleric in your game means that there are no more stakes. You have
Having
to
a
you have to
grave
raise
domain cleric.
you have to raise the ante so much that it's like, oh, this person died in the middle of combat, and guess what? This tower's also gonna fall, and you have to run. So guess what? That is fucking dead. Or you just say, "No, you God's not listening."
Which happened a lot, actually. Yeah. You rolled fairly shit every time you tried to get help from your god.
Every time I tried to use the divine intervention.
Yeah. So what was your favorite moment as Soul? I'm just going to run the show for the stream today.
Well, actually, you know what? You get up. You sit in.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Oh,
Let's start this whole
I'd
stream
have
again.
to-
Hi, everyone. My name's Blake Ignatius, and welcome.
So I'd have to say one of my favorite moments, I think, was actually when he did the bullet thing on the grave, where I had the weapon called the Dwarven Thrower.
Yep.
Which is, if you know Thor, you know his hammer, he chucks it, comes
It's
back.
basically Mjolnir.
It's
yeah.
that.
Yep.
So I see Bang fucking with someone that was dead.
Some would say it was respectful, but yeah.
So I grabbed my hammer, I started
Now,
rolling
not
it.
actual like necromancy type fucking, or the other type of what is it? What's it? What happens when you defile dead people? That one.
Can you say it on?
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Tell me what it's called. I forget. Necrophilia. There we go, guys. Okay. We weren't doing that. No, he would just threw like. Sometimes another one of the characters who isn't here today, Rock, would throw bodies or, do something stupid. And there'd always be repercussions for it. So when our good friend Bang threw some bullets into the grave, continue.
I just want to point out that the repercussions were sold.
Oh my god,
That's
shut
the
up.
repercussion. So as I see this, I grab my thrower, I yeet it at him. I think I rolled like a nat 20 to hit or something. And he just went smack. And this goblin goes rolling for the force of this hammer. And it comes back and I grab it like.
The satisfaction. Okay. I'm going to pass the microphone over to our good friend Rob. You can now tell us the story you want to tell us before, because this is your memory of Soul.
So with my favorite moment with Soul, there was so many. There was the
I had a
camping, the
habit of
fishing, the
throwing my
hunting.
weapons. My weapons were always being thrown because I had this hammer.
Until you got the other one.
Until I got the other.
But probably the best and funniest one was in the town just before or just after the encounter with the Bella, and I'm pretty sure we were
I'm
drinking.
pretty sure it was before the Balor showed up.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure we were drinking in the tavern beforehand, or something. Anyway, we went outside and done a old what is it?
Western shoot off.
The Western shoot off.
That's it. Yeah.
So, mind you, I had one of my pistols were broken, needed to be repaired, and I gave.
Bro, that was like every week. Like,
But this-
repairs were shit.
But this one I didn't repair because I forgot about it.
Yes.
So when I passed sold the gun, I
Gave
thought
me
it'd
the
be
working
funny.
gun.
Oh, that's
give-
the other reason why you took Bard, because you could do mending. You doing fucking tinker check every time he's gun.
You kept forgetting to come to me to do it.
Yeah, true.
So I gave Sol a working pistol and I took the broken one. And we went back to back, took 15 steps. And before I even turned around to shoot the bullet, there's a gun flying at my head. He's used to throwing weapons, not shooting weapons.
Well, it had like a hammer on the back that hits the bullet, so hammer.
And then after it hit me, I picked up the gun, shot it at him. And then I was just big fuck in the middle of the town. It was awesome.
I'm pretty sure there's a go wrong. Yeah.
Alright, Jacob, what was your favorite movie?
Shit.
I remember a lot of Soul moments, but not a lot of Nylia and Soul moments.
Oh, it doesn't have to be
Ooh,
specifically
no.
with you. It could just be your favorite
No.
memory with Soul.
I do remember one. We, as we were doing our little hopping around the place through portals and things, we came through a portal to the main area, the main mountain that we used to kind of return to all the time, and the Lonely Island. It was Steve's mountain. But as we
Lonely
got
Mountain.
there,
I think it was just called the Lonely Mountain, right?
No, the Lonely Mountain was Teferi's.
I think we called it that. The mountain.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right.
You call that Steve.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so we arrived there, and there's like 15 drow or something. And so I was the first through the portal. Being a warlock, I'm like, okay, cool, Eldritch Blast, and we'll try and take some out. I think I hit 3 of the 4 beams that I was using. And then Soul steps through and just kind of looks up, sees these very, very low-level drow, and goes, you know what? I'll burn a 7th level spell slot and cast Firestorm. And basically nearly took down the whole mountain. I just kind of looked at him like, why?
That's it. That's it. That was a good moment. All right, Kat, do you have any moments with Soul or any memories, funny memories of Soul?
I can't remember anything.
I'm going to ask you every character, and we're going to get the same answer. It's great. That's okay. Have a think about it. That's okay. My favorite memory of Soul was one of the many times we were on the boat, and our good friend Blake had to roll encounter checks when we were on the ocean. Next thing you know, some tentacles rise from the sea. Giant kraken spawns the entire party. As the rogue melee class with no ranged attacks or ranged weapons, I do my best to do nothing on the boat. Our good friend Rock is using his lightning javelin to heal said kraken from any damage we do. And our good friend Soul says, right, fuck it. And cast, I think it was Comet Storm, was it not?
It was
Firestorm. The first time. So we're in this massive sea battle. The water's starting to part. It looks like some biblical shit. And then you just see this little hill dwarf waving his arms to this giant fucking firestorm from the sky, roasting this kraken to bits. And it was the most satisfying moment. And that's when I looked at myself and thought, fuck, I really didn't pick a magic class to that. That's the most metal shit ever. That was my favorite moment of Soul.
He also parted the sea.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he parted the sea. It was like some real biblical shit. It was really cool. Kat, you got another memory?
only thing I can think. I'm so. My memory's so bad. I wanted to put the key.
Oh god.
Oh no.
All I remember. Yeah, you wouldn't allow.
He said no. Oh, sorry. Okay, all right. So for anyone that didn't realize, Soul was a.
But there's a bit of context to this.
Yep.
So, not only was he a hill dwarf, he was also a revenant because he was dead, and he came back because he had unfinished business, which was the demon at the end of the campaign. So, originally when he was alive, he got killed by getting impaled through the chest by Grazit. So there was always a hole left in his chest when he was back as a revenant. And I pretty much hid it from the party for almost all the campaign, except for like maybe the last quarter of it.
Yeah, Wolf wore full like plate armor and everything, so we never saw
Full
anything.
plate armor. I
Yep.
was always just hunkered down.
Yep.
The one time that they knew that I had this hole in my chest, Cat decided to try and put one of these questionable plugs in my hole.
We can hide it. People won't know. It's in your chest. It's behind the armor. Leaders say that went very well with disrespecting the dead.
Yeah.
Okay, so Blake, as the DM mate, what was your favorite memory of Soul?
My favorite memory is actually one I don't have to think about. The running gag. And it does have to involve him. And
It always
involve
does.
him. And there was this one night that they go on back and forth. And it's what they used to do. They used to, like, they were pretty much the comedic duo. They would always just be, you know, it's just like this campaign.
It really is.
It's just their chemistry.
Soul never burnt anyone alive in a vine trap, though.
No. But Bang sure did do some bad shit, like piss on a table in the middle of dinner. But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that one moment where you two were going at each other and you just said the glorious line. You went full Irish. You went full Irish. You looked at him. You looked at him and you just told him the facts. So what were the facts?
I'm bigger than you. I'm higher on the food chain.
When he said that, it killed me because the intent of him looking into Rob's eyes, it's like he grabbed him, pulled him in, and he's just, I'm bigger than you. I'm higher on the food chain. And no one kept a straight face. I think it took about 5 minutes for us to actually figure out what was
Continue with the
next
story.
in the story, because it got to the point where I had to walk out of this gazebo we were playing in to laugh because I just couldn't do it. I just tried to say a word and I just couldn't fucking do it because of the way he said that. It was too fucking funny.
I have one more Soul story.
Yeah, go for it.
This isn't a funny one though.
Okay.
And it's a Soul story because everyone reacted poorly to this situation, but him more than anyone else. So my character that I'm holding here, as well as the one that Jordan's holding, were
Oh
dead at
god.
the time.
Okay, hold. Let's save that story because it can be
This
used.
is a Soul story though.
It is a Soul story, but it's more of an Arthur story. And I think we can talk about that when we actually break down campaign 1 and what we actually did.
But this is what really linked Soul with Arthur.
I understand. But let's
leave
save that. Yeah, let's save that. 'Cause that's a cool little beat in the story.
There was one point where I was talking to someone that was taller than me. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Rock, where he's like, "Speak up! I can't hear you from down there."
So that wasn't Rock. That wasn't the Minotaur either, because you only met the Minotaur like a little bit. The person that you weren't talking about was Zed.
Yes.
Yes.
It's like it was like, "Speak up! I can't hear you from down there." And without skipping a beat, I look up at him and say, "Speak up! I can't hear you from down here."
Yes.
That was a funny one.
Okay, so now moving on from Soul, good character. We have Kat's character. Kat, could you tell me a little bit about like your name of your character, what she did, you know, just break it down for us.
Your class.
Cat. Tabaxi, so a giant cat. Name was Cathra, went by Cat, and a rogue. It was my first character I ever made. So.
What's your first?
Character ever made, first ever played. I think because I was a rogue and he was a rogue, and I knew he knew more about the game than I did, so I kind of tried to copy what he would do a lot of the time. And one time he wasn't there, and there was a board, and he would always go to the board and come back and read the board to everyone. And I tried that, and I failed. Everyone.
I think I
Good
remember
moment.
that. I think I remember that because you went to the board, you found out all the information from Blake, and then when you're like, okay, I'm gonna go back and tell everyone, and he just looked you dead in the eye and goes,
Okay.
well, go on,
Tell
tell them. And she had no. It's almost like she wasn't in the room when he was explaining it. She just went completely blank.
A really
Started
bad memory.
talking about these things that were on the board that literally could not be further from what was on the board.
There was a graveyard or a cult, and there was a cult. There was
It's exactly it.
That's exactly how she would explain it.
there was a Colton
Colton.
to the north or something, and that's all I remember. I couldn't. Yeah.
I'd like to let you all know that Kat has come a long way since the first time she started playing.
A very long
When
way.
Kat very first started, it was fun. Okay, Kat's actually a really good player. Just when she's on camera, she gets a little bit shy. Okay, so well, another little thing about Kat's character was she wanted to tell stories. She was always looking for a good story to go back to her hometown to tell, and end up just coming up with a whole new quest towards the end of the story. Kat, what was the end goal for your character at the end of the campaign?
Oh, by the time.
What the fuck, the dragon? That was Kat's overarching story. Was fucking the dragon.
Oh, I had forgotten about that.
Yeah. So hold on. So Kat, could you please tell me before just one more thing? What was your favorite moment as playing Kat?
The part where I did the
I remember that part.
thing, the reading the board.
Really? Well, what? Okay. So let me tell you one of. Yeah, that was what I was gonna say.
I got the fly. Dragon, did I?
You did.
Oh my god, I
about
did.
that.
So everyone, quiet, please. Tell me what happened in the moments leading up to flying the dragon, and explain the situation.
I don't remember. I have a different memory that I like to think about.
Tell me that memory.
I forget what happened before. I literally forget.
Okay, that can be my memory.
But I think one of my favorite things is, as I think of it, there was a king, right? And we're all in this room, and then I like to climb things, so I
Amazing.
climbed up, and then everyone left the room.
Preface this. The one thing Kat wanted. Other than fucking the dragon, the one thing Kat always wanted to do in this campaign was use a whip.
Also
And
climb
walls.
things.
Anything she would go to, I want to try and climb it. And Blake would be like, yep, you can just fucking do it. That's fine. And so she would climb everything, and she'd try and use a whip. And it took so long for her to finally become competent with this whip. And never used it in any combat. like any other weapon, didn't use the whip. Anyway, sorry. Continue with your story.
All right, so everyone left the room, and I was still stealthed up in the corner, and I don't know if I should leave or not. But then I was like, all right, fuck it, I'll try and kill the king, and I did. First one hit, king was dead.
So this
Complete
king,
100% kill rate with this fucking whip. This king ends up being like ties to the BBEG in the story, and just one whips it, kills him, insta dead. Cat's just like, what the fuck? It was great.
There is a bit more context to that story. That
That'll come up in the story bit.
kind of. I'll fill in a bit of it. So yes, the mission was to kill the said king. These were good characters, by the way. I want to preface that part.
Tyrannical king.
So they had to kill the king, and they're all trying to figure out how to do it. And it was Nylia and Kat who went in there. And when Kat said she climbs the thing, she climbed a pillar. And when she said she killed the king, she didn't just kill the king. She jumped down off the pillar, swung the whip, rolled a 19, and killed him. Because the king didn't. The rest of it can come up in the story of what it was, but I just wanted to make it clear on what she exactly did. Because what you said was spot on what exactly happened, but if you weren't there, you have no idea exactly how that happened at all.
It was low-key one of the most action-packed kills too. Like describing how it happened and everything made it work. It worked really, really bloody well.
It was also so anticlimactic because we
It
were
was,
expecting
it low-key
such a
was.
fight.
Yeah, we thought he was going to be really powerful. Turns out he was just an NPC, so he only had a couple of health.
I know.
No one knew. It was hilarious. Yeah. Okay. So, Arthur, what was your favorite moment with Kat?
Well, I think it would be a favorite moment. It was more of a favorite gimmick.
Okay. Yep.
The cat had the uncanny ability to murder her own friends.
Please elaborate.
So whenever a player character died in any way, shape, or form, went down, died, or something, Cat had a hand in it. It was she had 90% of the job done before anyone else went in to stab.
So the running joke was that Kat killed majority of the party.
Yeah, Cat had the highest KD ratio of player characters in the party.
I didn't know about the whole don't split the party.
If you want to know, Kat's killed more player characters than I have.
Kat has killed every player character in this room.
Yeah.
No, but she killed Sid.
Yes. She did kill Sid, yeah.
So
Indirectly killed Sid, yeah.
Actually physically kill anyone. She just got them.
there was she would make specific choices that would take us down a rabbit hole. 3 sessions later, 3 players are dead. It was a thing.
One decision led to the party fighting a beholder
Yes.
and 2 characters dying.
No, 3.
Or 3 characters dying to that beholder.
Because it said decision, it left one character having their fate locked to just be destined to die.
And then die.
And that was all from the choice of 1 session.
I'm sorry.
The literal moral of this story is don't split the party.
I want to say I kept Delvin with me in my pocket.
What have
for
we
a
done in
very
our
long
campaign
time.
currently?
You really did.
And what have we done in our campaign currently?
We split the party twice.
We got the 2 good, like the 2 main characters.
I want to preface this though. You two have split yourself off.
No.
We've got
She has not left. She has not left Magnus' side at all. So I think she feels bad because he was the.
We've got chaotic crazy and chaotic fucking stupid over here, and they both always leave the party in this campaign. It's hilarious.
I would go by
Lawful stupid. Fuck whatever you want.
I'm lawfully chaotic.
That's what I'm saying. Chaotic. All right.
I kill the bad guys, not the good guys.
Debatable. You killed a guard. All right. Jacob.
Attacked.
Jacob, what was your favorite moment with Kat?
Kat would have a tendency in, I want to say 97% of combats, to do just about nothing for the whole combat. And then the very first time she would decide that she wants to make an attack roll, she would natural 20 and kill the fucking thing.
And we're not talking 1 session, 1 character. We're talking about the span about 5 characters. 5 enemies each session.
Yeah, basically per session.
Yeah.
She would kill Steel like you would not believe.
Yeah. we've actually got a little in my book. I've actually got a lot of notes we've kept as like funny things for our group. And one of the things we actually have in it at the back of the book is the amount of nat 20s rolled in combat so far. Because Kat had a knack for just rolling nat 20s at the end of combat and killing people. And so we've actually got the rest of the party versus Kat. We are winning temporarily, but we'll see how that goes.
She managed.
Yeah, because you haven't brought any of those dice back. Like, you need them.
She managed.
Because you lost it.
She managed to turn the 10% chance of rolling a 19 or a 20 to something like a 75% chance. I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure
want to hear
she.
anything about fucking
Oh
statistics.
my
Here
god!
we go about percentage of
Shut up.
some number.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to pass the microphone now over to Rob. Rob, what was your favorite moment with Kat?
So there was a lot of good moments. She just happened to be there. Mainly me and Arthur were the main characters of the story, but she was just part of the party. But no, I had boots of spider climbing, and I just kept watching you try to climb every wall, every building, like anything you could possibly climb, and then 9 times out of 10 fail. And then by the end of it, I was like, you know what? Here you go. So I gave you the boots of spider climbing, and then you
got on the fucking pillar.
That's how she got on the pillar.
But yeah, that eliminated her rolls for trying to climb. But yeah, so the spider climbing boots or anything to do with the castle.
There was no rolls for her trying to climb. It was the fact that she kept going up to vertical surfaces and go, I have a climb speed. I should be able to get up that, right? So this pillar, she was on it because of those fucking boots.
It's like that meme where you see this like goat person and this wall has a 2-degree incline and he's walking up the wall.
Yes, most definitely.
What was the because this is something I've actually forgotten. What was the word to activate Tiny Castle?
It was pickle. It was pickle. So Kat also had a little mini castle she could expand. I know what the bloody name of the thing's called.
Something fortress.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Fortress.
Anyway, so she had to make a keyword, and she's like, "Oh shit, what's the word I can use that will never get picked up in any part of combat?" So Kat decided it was pickles. Anytime she said pickles, this giant ass castle would grow out of the ground. That was a good memory.
Also to lock in.
The door as well. Yeah, very true, very true. Okay, so I'll pick up on Kat's very first memory she couldn't remember the stats for. So we got to a rather dark point in the story where Kat and one of the other characters, Rock, were having a bit of an argument. Kat did something, I think she whacked him in the back of the head or something. It was like playful. It wasn't even, sort of malicious intent or anything. And this player decided to keelhaul Kat's character by throwing her off the boat and basically like drowning her at the front of the ship. This is the first time Kat as a person, I think, actually was distraught and upset and I think she got pretty close to crying.
All I said was, can you be clear? Because I didn't understand what he wanted. And I was just like, can you be clear? And he got so mad.
Yeah. So he like tied her legs with his chain, threw her off the fucking boat, and like full blown killed her. It was pretty crazy. Everyone's sitting there like, what the fuck? Like, there's a line, and we've just reached it. And like
Just, by the way.
we like
Just reached.
we towed the line pretty fucking far, but bro, we fucking hit it. And so we actually got to the point we had to take a break because we had to like sort of consult Kat, make sure she was alright, because it was pretty full on. And we got to the end of the break. We ended up getting back, and our good friend Mr. Dragon, Steve, who was quite close with Kat, said, "You know what? Jump on my back," because he hated being used as a tool to ride on or anything like that. And so he wanted to make Kat feel better and took her for a fly, and it was just the most magical moment. She felt like Harry Potter on a broom. She felt like the kid from the fucking Never-Ending Story. It was a moment. It was actually quite heartfelt after it, and it really sort of brought all the shit together after like a rough session. So it was actually quite a nice little moment. Would anyone else like to cap off one last moment with Kat? Oh, sorry, no, of course. We got the DM moment. Sorry. You actually are here.
Doesn't get stories.
Yeah, I don't get stories because I told the whole fucking thing.
Oh, whoop-de-doo.
We made the start, me and Arthur made the rest. He's just there.
That's currently how it is going. So, yes, with Kat's inability to roll less than 18, apparently, she had always been a pain in my side in terms of when it came to anything. She just was able to do a lot of things that I was like, well, shit, I didn't want that to happen, and this and that and whatnot. I did forget what I was going to say because you went on that tangent. But there are plenty of moments. My favorite moment from her, because this is still when she was new into the game. Jacob and I always talk about this when we're on our podcast, is that one way to build campaigns that are very good in terms of your own eyes and your own storytelling, you don't care if anyone else laughs at it because it's the stories that you tell after. One of my favorite ones is when you build a character, you always put a bit of that way it's very close to home and you can play the character pretty well. That's why Bang is so loved, because it's just him. And the new character is just you as well. But when it came to Kat, she's very shy when she's around new people. She always is. She's very camera shy as well. And she's done very well to get over that for this, so I want to give her a round of applause for that. Please don't tell that. But anyway, so I'm going to get to the main point. The first time she ever broke out of her shell in our games. Because the only person she knew in the games was a player that used to play, myself, and him. They were the only ones. So she never met Arthur, she never met Jacob, and she never met Jordan. So, and you half knew Alex. So, we're over at his house, playing the games. And that was the session where she decided to split the party. So the reason why she wanted to split the party was because they had this giant mineral that they needed to take back to the boat. And she thought it would be a good idea, which isn't generally bad. It's just unfortunate she picked the wrong time to do it. But you don't generally know stuff. Was to go through the house and search the house. A castle, yeah. And then it was like a really broken down castle. And in doing that, 2 of their players got captured. So that's why splitting the party was, he missed out a full month. Yeah. So
I really did.
So anyway, what happened was, and this is why when we talk about splitting the party, whoop.
Come on, Arthur.
Here's the cord there, Arthur.
So he was standing there.
For anyone that's unaware, we have a bunch of chairs blocking the hallway. Our good friend Arthur is struggling to get through these chairs. Sorry, continue. Blake.
Thank you. So it was Rob, Arthur, Jordan, and Kat standing at the table deciding what to do next. And Jordan was saying, fuck them. Don't worry about them. They're gone. There's nothing we can do for them.
No. So what had happened was, Jacob's character, Rock, who was another character who wasn't here, and who was it was only those 2 that got taken, weren't it? It was Rock and Nylia. Yeah. So those 2 have been taken. So it was Rob, Arthur, Kat, and myself sitting there. And we were discussing whether or not we should go after them. I said, "Nah, fuck them. They've made their choice. It's a bad time."
Yeah. So, anyway, we all were not expecting this, and neither was I, because I've known her for the longest out of everyone. and she looks at him, starts to get teary, but also mad, like very mad at him for that. And she starts going off at him. She's like, no, we're going to save them, okay? I don't care what you're saying. You're coming. And then she was just going off at you.
She was very upset that Rock was gone.
It was Rock.
It was Rock.
It wasn't you.
No, it was Nalia as well. She wasn't upset that Nalia was gone. She was upset that Rock was gone. Because her and Rock were besties. So Rock was this giant Goliath, and she'd always ride on his shoulder.
I took. Is the same person that threw me off the boat, by the way, because I said something. Anyway, he was supposed to have half his life taken away from him for some ritual, because when he got stolen, or whatever. And I took it instead. I was like, take half my life instead.
I just want to point out as well that I got taken here because she decided to leave, and so I followed her so that she wouldn't get ambushed and killed.
And she didn't take half of your...
And she didn't take half of mine. I still got fucking half my life taken off me. And died because of it. That's how she killed my character.
And that single decision to split the party was the decision that got everyone killed.
Literally everyone.
Yeah, we'll go into that when we actually start breaking down campaign 1's story. But yeah, Cat was a fun character that liked to kill people, friends and foe alike. I was cremated. All right, last memory. I was my character was cremated after it was the first player death in the campaign, and out of guilt for feeling responsible for killing me, she decided to take my ashes and put them in her pocket, and I was her pocket sand, so that if anything went wrong, she could fling me at the opponent to blind them.
Just so you know, that was 5 minutes after, and I shit you not, because everyone else is there. So this is after you died and you just left, right? Generally, when a character dies, I send them home. I don't get them to watch the rest of the session. So he left, and kid you not even a minute after his character was dead. And you got to remember this, and you say this on Friday as well. Dylan, you raided his body and took all of his gear and were so excited about the cool weapons you were finding on his dead body.
I do.
Instead of his character actually just being like, oh, that dude's dead.
Yeah, fuck you, Dylan. I decided I don't like you anymore. You know what? Fuck you. This is a call out, all right? Friday's your fault. You're the reason we're doing this stream. All right, so...
The pocket sand wasn't 1d4 improvised damage. She had bled onto the sand, and so it was dyed sand for her to use.
It was
a spell for.
No, it was also for disadvantage. She could try and blind the
No,
opponent.
that's
by
how
throwing it
she
into her
used
face.
to cast. Was it hypnotic pattern? No, not hypnotic pattern.
Bro, Cat didn't cast magic. She used Mage Hand.
I'm gonna look it up.
I haven't actually.
You didn't use it, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, she'll have it on there. Color spray.
Color spray.
She used it as her material for color spray.
I ended up being a kid's fucking finger paint. All right, so
Queen sand.
we'll break that down in the story. But yep, Imris World.
Ah,
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
Okay, all right. Jacob, you want to go next?
What are we talking about again?
Your character.
Oh, my character.
Give us a breakdown.
Okay, so my character was Nylia Creed. She was a tiefling warlock.
Had a last name?
I did.
We only knew him as Nylia, or as our good friend Rob would say, Nullaba.
Nullaba, I'm still in our group chat. My nickname is Na-La-Bar. And all because of Rob. I was a divine celestial warlock. I think it's called celestial. And throughout the whole start of the campaign, I tried to play off not being a warlock due to the cleric spells that I had.
I don't think anyone ever picked it up or cared. But yeah.
It was roleplay. Fuck you. I got into this character.
No, you did. But that part just no one picked up on at all.
But yeah, Warlock. Until not too long in, actually. I was high level, but not too time-wise long into the campaign, and ended up multi-classing Wild Magic Sorcerer. But the reasons for that we'll get to as part of campaign story.
Okay. So, what was your favorite moment, Nylia?
Probably campaign story.
You can tell it. It's fine. This is your favorite moment, so you can say it.
So at one point in the story, we weren't meant to be able to access a room in a castle until we realized we had just slightly enough strength because Rob's character had a pet wolf.
This is
And
not
so-
Bang. This is not Bang. This is the character Prime.
different character. This is his first character.
Yep.
So we got a deck of many things at level 3.
I want to say 2.
Four?
I want to say 2. It was quite low.
2? Level
Yeah,
2. There you go. Level
yeah.
2.
Yeah.
Yep. And so I decided, you know what? I don't know what this is. I'm gonna draw a card. Was told nothing happens. Hey, this is really anticlimactic. Would you like to draw again? Thought, fuck it, why not? And instantly leveled up to level 9. And stayed that way for many, many sessions. That
Sorry,
was
Blake's
my
just
favorite-
grabbing something for the story.
That was my favorite thing that happened in that campaign because it should not have happened. And it made my entire progression with that character completely different to what I had planned because I planned to slowly come out of my shell. But in an instant was overwhelmingly the most powerful character in the party and so felt like I had to protect everyone in the and then got kidnapped.
And killed.
No, not killed until a lot later. Eventually killed.
Okay. So, Rob, what was your favorite moment with Nullaba?
I think it's gonna have to be the whole say hi to the family. Even though it wasn't what it was meant to be, but it turned out to be what it was.
When you said it, it literally come across as the sweetest thing your character possibly could have fucking said. Even before that, I kind of just looked at him and was like,
Like it was your grave, and I wanted to, do something with a lot of sentimental value.
it was actually just super sentimental.
But like, because when I did everything, I was just like in the mode of when it all happened. So I was like upset in general when I was doing it, and then I was like, drop 2 bullets and say hi to the family, and everyone just started laughing, and I was generally confused the way everyone's laughing.
And then you realize.
Yeah. No, I think that was a different grave.
No, that was rock. Carrying the body.
There you go. It wasn't my grave that he threw the hammer at him.
But you also threw it at him because he walked up to his other character's dead body. And he went to start peeing on it. I bet none of you remember that.
It was either that or it was because I wanted him to fix my gun. I was like, he's not dead.
Oh,
No, it
and
was
you're
that.
pushing
It was
the gun
that.
at me.
Yeah. Okay, so Kat, what was your favorite moment with Nylia?
I nearly said nullify again.
My memory is shockingly poor, but the one thing that stands out is he used to put on pajamas. It was the only one, and he put on pajamas.
I did. I had I've actually got it written down. Glamored studded leather armor. So part of the item says that you have a a keyword, and you can change the armor to look like whatever you wanted. So in our campaigns, when we wear armor, we flavor it as clothing. So it takes on like the weight or whatever of the clothing that we're currently wearing. So I used to turn that armor into pajamas and just wake up the next morning, we'd be in a combat and I'd be wearing my fluffy pink pajamas.
Oh wait,
It seems
change.
Yeah, just mid-combat go, oh, hold on. and take a turn off to change into something that looked menacing.
showered and we pirates, and then like this one in pajamas.
Mind you, no, my character always made a point to jump in the ocean. He liked the water, so I was fairly bathed.
Water got in my hole.
Yeah, that's very true. It did indeed.
Can you please say that again for the camera?
The water got in my hole. I didn't like it.
If you had a plug, you wouldn't have had a problem with that. Okay. Arthur, do you have a favorite memory with Nylia?
I think one of the only ones I really remember with it would be the part where Steve actually died. And you were like so determined to bring him back. Like you were contemplating using your like last wish.
Second wish.
The second
use
wish. Yeah, using the second wish to bring this dragon back. Which Blake was like, this thing's gonna stay dead. But it didn't.
He was determined.
Yeah, he was determined to keep this dragon dead because it started the blood moon when it died. But yeah, nah, Wish says no.
I think I took a good 15 minutes wording that wish.
Sat there and you decided on how to do it. And I was like, make sure you word this correctly. And you sat there, you thought about it. So I'm like, oh, what am I gonna do if he's gonna bring back this dragon for this final fucking
I think
fight?
the point of word this properly was don't do the wish. I don't want this happening.
And he's like, well, you shouldn't have made the character, Blake.
Yes. Okay. So I think my favorite memory of Nylia, Nullaba, was they're singing the Banana Boat theme song with Nullaba.
Oh.
So I think my favorite moment with Nylia was look, probably just the whole fucking adventure in Imrith World. I'm not gonna lie. Imrith World was fucking sick. So essentially we had to go to his patron's domain to try and become champions for her and sort of like help Nylia become the actual chosen champion for her conquest or whatever it was. And mate, that whole story was fire as hell. And it kind of led to the point where in this final Grazit fight, Nylia actually took on the physical form of Imrith and became the next god of the passing of Limbo. And it was just sick as hell. And eventually had to leave after that combat. So just like the final moments with Nylia and sort of everyone, saying their nice things while she disappears and holding the sword out to my character and saying like, I need you to promise me to take this back to where it belongs for the next champion to be chosen. Like it's really, really fucking important. And in my head, I'm thinking, I'm gonna just keep this sword. I'm just gonna keep this fucking sword. It's gonna be so cool.
Fucking sword.
And he's like, you better fucking put that sword back.
The funny thing was, everyone was saying their goodbyes, and Bang just tried to shoot her.
He did. I remember that. He did. He shot at me in the last seconds, and it was as I was ethereal, and so it literally did the whole like my body like parted away from it like smoke. I remember that.
No, seriously, say goodbye to the family. Oh, yeah. Blake, as the DM, what was your favorite memory of Nylia?
Not the dragon coming back.
Actually, no, it's not that.
Learning how to pronounce Nylia.
That killed me, by the way. I think it took me about 35 sessions to learn how to pronounce Nylia. And when we do our games, they generally go in the hundreds of sessions.
Now, when it came to Nylia and her whole backstory, I loved it. There was that awesome moment where you weren't there, but it was you, and you. It was the four of you actually, and you guys are trying to figure out how to get to the middle platform of like this gravity changing area, and Delvin's like, well, I'm the only one who's dexterous, so I'm gonna do it. So he started like jumping from pillar to pillar, and he like was gonna fall, and then you were like, catapult the immovable rod, and you launched it into the wall, and you grabbed it to save your life. That was a cool moment. So yeah, you are right. That whole story was fine.
Sorry, we're talking about Nylia moments, not my moments.
No. But I'm saying like that moment because of Nylia.
That wasn't sold.
But there are two moments of Nylia that I really appreciated. But my favorite one has to be her last one.
Can you please say that again for the microphone?
No. It picked him up. That's a lot. No.
Fuck
So,
you!
So my favorite moment of Nylia is the moment that I knew that no one else really knew what was going on, because the only person that knew of what this meant was you and I. Because you asked me and I told you. Because you are one and the same with her now. With Imrith, God. And it was in the final Grazza fight. He pulled out an anti-magic orb. Said that when he was holding it, a certain radius around him, which wasn't a big radius, but no magic could pierce it. It had to be strong. It had to be very, very. None of them were strong enough. Not even like level 20 magic passed through it. So in that fight, and trust me, they were 5 hours into this fight. So the moment he pulled out this orb, it was the you guys were losing. You guys were not being able to do a thing. You could have done stuff. But they couldn't do a thing. So Jacob looks at me. Yeah, pretty much. And he looks at me, and I look at him.
Give me that fucking book. He's getting a.
So anyway,
Oh, it's in my bag. Okay.
Nylia looks at me and says, all you see is this big breath. See Jacob in deep thought to understand if, yes, this is it. This is the last resort. I've got to do it, or is there something else? And he was thinking about it a lot, and he knew that his magic wouldn't penetrate to hit the orb out of the hand. The only person that could is trying to headbutt a door. And yeah, because his bullets could still hit the orb out of the hand. And he had like a sniper rifle and everything.
He had a sniper rifle that dealt like 2d10.
You were the reason
base
Nylia died.
or something. So he could have just shot the orb and tried to shatter it. Like,
But
with his aiming and everything, he had a very good chance of doing it too.
yeah, but everyone was trying to get the orb out of the hand except for him.
Yeah, 2d12 plus 6.
But the only person that could realistically do it besides Bang was Nylia, if Nylia made this the final transformation. So Nylia knew that she had one transformation which increased her charisma to 30. And increased her constitution as well to 20 something.
16.
16.
It was a plus 2.
Oh yeah. So you got a +2 in that's con and a +10 in
Plus 9.
oh, was it +9? Yeah.
It set at 230.
Okay.
It was like a magic item that set your.
Yeah. So you know, if he did this though, he has 10 rounds before his body disappears. And she then melds into Imrith and becomes the new god of Limbo. Replacing the old one. So he looks at me, a very serious look on his face, and says, going to do the transformation. And I just stared at him. Like, I wasn't actually expecting you to do it at all.
I want to point out I had a full scene for that.
Yeah.
I made that shit count.
Yeah. He he then stole she stole the show because she was the only one at that point that had the literal power to fight him, and she was making him retreat. So, yeah, well, especially when your Eldritch Blasts were doing what, plus how
Plus
much?
10.
Plus 10 just on the roll, which equaled 4 shots, which were you couldn't fucking miss.
I think it was 5 in that fight.
Yeah. So you go 5 shots, which is 50 flat, plus
5d10
plus the
50.
10. So it was like
If all hit.
100 to damage, and then you were pushing them back, hurting
30
his
50
hurting his movement speed, and yeah, you were just to the point where you could catch up to him because you grew astral wings. Just couldn't do anything, and yeah, you knew that you were gonna die. So you knew you had a minute, and you were the only death.
That fight.
Yeah, because if you didn't do that, then you lost.
Everyone died.
All right. So there is another character who wasn't here today, who we've mentioned a couple times so far, named Rock. So Rock was a Goliath monk, who had a proclivity for hitting on anything that moved and drinking anything he could drink. He was a very wholesome monk that loved possessions. So I guess we'll go around now and talk about our favorite moments about Rock real quick. My favorite moment with our good friend Rock was he was running after the carriage we were on while being chased by a minotaur. And so he asked the minotaur, what monastery he was from. And the minotaur's like, "What the fuck?" and like sort of gives him an answer. I don't really remember what it was. And our good friend Rock goes, "Oh yeah, the monastery of Hard Knocks," and just like trips him over and knocks his motherfucker, and just keeps running at high speed. It's like a battle in the Flash, and you just see this big like fucking tourist thing just bowl the fuck over. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. It was hilarious. But yeah, that was my favorite moment with Rob. Rob, do you have a favorite moment with?
Again, so many great memories. The only one I can sort of think about at the moment is when I can't remember where we are, but I remember 2 specific female names. I think it was Rebecca and what was the other name?
You were on Valak.
Something like that.
You were on Valak in the town of Barra, and you were going. You were just on the outskirts of Barrett, which is on an island called Valak, and you were going to a place where you heard that they were smuggling drugs. And you were going there for a particular reason because you need staff for a person.
While we were there, I think we were talking to the druid that was there, or whoever, punching on the guy that had the staff.
He summoned blights.
Yeah, so Rock was around the back with 2 female.
The
And,
2
it
daughters
was-
of the druid.
I don't know. He was in the vicinity. He's getting his getting some work done. Anyway, after we finished the fight, we kind of all legged it and moved on with the story. And then I think it was about I think it was the same session about an hour or so later, or it was either 2 sessions after. That Rock realized that he left his clothes behind him. He's been running around naked for the whole time.
That was when Zed gave him his part of his wizard's clothes because he was a half orc that was massive, so he could actually share clothes.
Yes, he did.
The kings. He also managed to bring this daughter of the druid in for like a couple of sessions. And she
joined your crew.
She low-key full joined the party, and then I think just died or some reason. Well, you know,
No. She ended up betraying you and joining the Black Dragon.
There you go. So yeah.
All right. Well, Kat went to take my favorite story.
So they can't tell it. Damn lie.
Okay. Oh, then you don't? Then I'll say it.
The DM can go laugh.
Why does the DM go laugh?
You're the one that knows everything. Fuck.
I care about you, Blake.
He once threw me off the ship.
I hope to God that picked you up.
Oh. After I gave half my life.
Perfect.
I don't remember. Someone said we were friends at the beginning, and yeah, I think I used to not like walking, and I just hop on his back or some shit.
Yep.
Yeah, that was nice. Remember those days?
When you weren't pinball.
You changed.
What a time. Yeah, Arthur, what's your favourite moment of Rock?
So this is before I was playing the character Soul. I was playing a wizard named Sid. I like 3-letter names. Shush.
We made him change it to 4.
And we're in a combat. I can't remember what the bad guy was. It was another drow using the poison arrows that had the.
That was the session I wasn't there. Yeah, it was with the Gorgon thing.
He had the arrows that were covered in slapcheek.
Yes, yes, yes.
You got
Anyway, we're in the combat, and then this Goliath, like rock, I walk up to him as my halfling wizard, climb up on his shoulders, and I'm like, "Hey, buddy, enlarge."
I wish I was there. Damn, that's a mad.
So the spell pretty much doubles his size, where he was already a large size category humanoid. So it became like 20-something foot tall, a huge category size tall, and it was just we changed his player model from his player model to like a cloud giant.
I'd just like to point out, you were there. I'm gonna put a jogging in memory. It was 40 degrees, and we played inside my house, which at the time was a granny flat. We set the tables up to be in L. Rob brought up over some trestle tables, and the A was on. You arrived late, but you were there for that moment.
I left early. I wasn't there for that part of it.
That was the start of the set.
It was.
Well, then I arrived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because I wasn't there for the Medusa fight. I wasn't there for any of that.
Were you there for the part where I shot the arrow through the girl's stomach?
No, I wasn't there for that entire session.
No. That was the ending of that.
But I wasn't there for any of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Fuck you. So enlarging
So
rock.
he was massive, just slapping things out of the way. Just couldn't stop him. And I'm just sitting on his shoulder, just like, yeah, I did this.
It's like the Iron Giant. Fair enough. Okay. All right. Cool. Jacob, what was your favorite moment with Rock?
Okay, so I don't know if it caught it. We were talking about just our sheets, and I brought up the fact that I forgot that I had a laser rifle. And speaking about this, I said no one had a high enough intelligence to use it. I remember that Rock used to have glasses of intelligence. So he actually had a 19 intelligence when he was wearing them. We were on a little bit of a shopping trip, and we were shown a couple of items. There was some grenades that he was really enjoying, and there was this laser rifle. Anyway, him having the highest intelligence, he goes, you know what, I'm going to try it. And I think he nat 1'd his intelligence check and nearly blew the rifle up. So he looked at me and goes, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have this. Gave it to me. And that's how I ended up with it. And I remember because his only condition on giving me the rifle was that Bang was not allowed to touch the rifle. And it was those words, Bang doesn't touch this, was my favorite moment with Rock.
It was a good moment. It was a good moment. Okay, Blake. What was
he
your
kept
favorite moment
grades.
as the DM with our good friend Rock?
Have you ever had to try and play an old lady and technically seduce a big, like, Thai-looking islander? Have you ever had to be an old lady and pretend to flirt like you want to fuck one of your best mates? That's what he made me do.
To be fair, you fucking paid him. That's on you, bro.
I did.
Can I also say she could have been not interested?
He made the rolls.
Yeah, I think
He did make the rolls. That was the difference. I didn't just openly put this out with the way he was. So it was almost the same. It was a night before she killed the king. And they were at a dinner. This was also the night of him stealing the key, where he silenced everything. Yes, you did miss that session. You came to the session after. And he was at the dinner and he was talking to everyone, and he had his way with his words. He was fantastic, and he was the fastest speaker out of everyone. The fastest to be able to react to it. And he started talking to the grandmother of the king, or the mother of the king. And he started to flirt with her so he could, get a bit of money and stuff. So I'm like, all right, guess we're doing this. So I started to have him to flirt back, and they had to roll. Alex was winning every single die roll on a DC 20. I didn't even roll against it. I just set the DC, and he won every single one of them. So I didn't actually play out the scene, but no. But he did had to seduce me. And had to be
You? Seduce you?
No, that was it. It was always convince me. That's what it always. If you want something to happen, convince me. Man, when he wants to, he sure can convince an old lady.
Smooth criminal.
Yeah. Bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum. So yeah, my favorite part is where he took the he fucked the metaphorical old me. He did. He got paid twice, and it was in platinum. Not in gold, platinum. But yes, there's so many stories. It's like the one where he was literally in the Draco Lich's mouth, and he's just shooting lightning bolts into its mouth while it's in the middle of the
For being
air.
a monk, he was like the richest character.
Bro, let's be real. He was the fucking bard of the group. He really was. No, sorry, bro, but he really was. It was great. It was great.
What is yours?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for asking, man. So I played Delvin. He had a last name too.
No. What is your favorite moment of Rock?
Of Rock, didn't I tell you my favorite moment of Rock?
I didn't start it.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
it?
I was gonna say, what the
Did
fuck, bro?
everyone
Come
else
on.
say one?
Yeah.
Oh,
Damn's last, remember?
yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So my character was Delvin Quint. I did have a last name. Commonly referred to by Rob as Captain. So I was a pirate. I always wanted to be a pirate. I got not kicked off, but I was asked to go and find myself from another crew that was one of the formidable five in the world. I was kicked out. I sort of said, fuck it, I'll make my own crew with blackjack and hookers. And so
I'll get blackjack and all hookers.
Rock got all hookers,
them.
man.
He's the only one that signed the agreement to get them.
But you guys got money instead. So yeah, so my character did his best to try and keep everyone happy. If anyone needed to buy stuff, he would do what he could. He'd always pay for, tavern rates, he would buy for food. And he would ask everyone to join. I think my favorite memory of Delvin was fuck off.
You're getting this, people. This is a very good memory.
You gotta give them what they want. You gotta build that anticipation. How's your son? No one had that as a memory too.
Son reaches his apex and not.
It's okay. It's all right. Yeah. So I think my favorite moment as Delvin, probably, you know what, probably was the moment we were jumping on the ledges in Imrith. So we had to do these trials to prove that Nylia was the champion and the chosen one for Imrith. And one of the challenges, I don't think Nylia was actually there for it. Yeah, he had to lead the session early, so he wasn't a part of it. And we had to jump on these moving, falling platforms that would fall about 100 feet. And if you fell, it was pretty much a permadeath. And so we decided that I was like, you know what, fuck it. If I'm the captain of the crew, I've got to do the things that other people won't do. I'm the most dexterous. Let's just make it happen. And we're jumping on these platforms. We timed the patterns perfectly. It was just a matter of making the jumps. And we got to the very last pillar in the middle that we needed. And my character fucked the roll. And our good friend, Mr. Sid, it's a little pocket wizard. Backpack wizard. Decided to yeet this fucking unmovable rod as quick as he could into this pillar. To which we had to make a couple of dexterity checks to try and make it up in the pillar, and we managed to do it. And I think that was my favorite moment, because after, like, you know, being the quote unquote dad of the group at the start and paying for people's stuff, and you know, it was good to finally like put up or shut up. I think that was my favorite moment, Delvin. Who wants to go next?
My favorite moment with Delvin comes from the very first session of the campaign.
Oh fuck! I thought that'd be Rob's moment. Okay, yep.
So, the way that the session started, myself, Nylia, and Delvin, we had myself as Nylia.
Emma and Dylan are here for Dylan.
Nylia and Delvin had been on like a quest that we knew each other before the campaign started, basically. Long story short, we had been given a whole lot of money, which I very quickly took and put into a bag because there was a lot of people around. And later on in the session, it's not the part that you're thinking of. Later on in the session, where we're around the corner from the guard station, and he decides he wants to look me dead in the eye and say, "Give me my half of the money right now." Mind you, this is a sack that big.
We were hiding around in a sketchy alleyway next to the pub.
No. We walked into the alleyway to do it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So we started divvying up this money, and a guard comes around the corner because he watched two shady people with a giant sack of money walk into the alleyway and arrests us. So, very first session, we ended up in jail for trying to divvy up our own money, and it actually led us into basically one of our first main quest lines.
I do remember being locked in the prison because I kept singing old prison songs on YouTube.
Yeah.
And singing the songs non-stop until Blake would get the shits and finally let us out of the fucking prison cell. That was a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
That's where we met. I can't remember the character's name. Zach?
It was Jeremiah, wasn't it? Oh, that was
He was a wizard. Basically,
Yeah.
he was on death row for something he didn't do. And so it actually started one of our first like major plot points.
Yeah, okay.
All because he couldn't wait for us to get back to the tavern and into a room.
I'm a pirate, I want my fucking money. Alright, Kat, do you have a moment?
I think Pat's favorite moment would came back
So my character died. I managed to come back.
I think I don't know. I just kept my character just kept staring at you, and you hated me.
Yeah, I do remember you pulling out my ashes and saying, "This is you," and I was like, "Thanks, man. Appreciate it." Colored sand. Cool. Yeah, joined the crew. That was your favorite bit.
And the table. I don't remember.
Oh, the
When we united all the crews. Yeah. Fair enough. Rob, what was your favorite moment?
The world famous line of, "You want to join the crew?" I don't know much about it. I wasn't really there. I don't remember. Exactly, 100%. That was my first character. But no, the favorite memory, or just any memory at this point. I remember I became the captain because the first mate kind of didn't want to be there anymore.
Because I died.
That's what they all say.
There was a bit of a
Oh
rotation.
no, not because I died, because I was captured. That's right.
There was a bit of a rotation going around the board. Once Delvin died, we didn't know who to make. They just sort of took the spiritual successor each time.
That did not come up.
Yeah, that was
Delvin was always captain.
So just edited Blake to dot my memory real quick. The issue with the ship. You had a ship and I had a ship. But we couldn't tell the difference of which ship was what ship. So I shot the ship and I was like, I marked the territory, it's mine. And then I think that caused Alex to start punching the ship. And it had a full back and forth. Speed holes. They didn't really work, but we can try. We can hope.
I fixed them.
The other memory I had, so not Bang, but as Balathorn was one of the first sessions. Was you and Labar were counting some money at the table.
Still doesn't know my name.
So they were counting up some gold, and me and the backpack kid named Sid.
Backpack wizard.
Yeah, same backpack kid. We're looking for some money because we're pretty much broke at that stage. So I just, not thinking, walked up to a table where there's two people counting a lot of gold, and I was like, "Hey," to get turned around by someone holding a knife to my neck and me getting pinned to a wall. And I was like, "Whoa!" We're just gonna ask some questions. Yeah, those would have to be the two memories.
What happened after leaving?
I can't remember, to be honest with you.
I said that you could join us for this task or like a mission we were on if you would join the crew. To which Rob sits there for a minute, deep in thought. Looks back up with the straightest dead-ass face and goes, "I'm a bit more of a lone wolf.
Granted, I'm in his backpack at
We're
this
trying
time.
to find any excuse for this party to be joined. It's session 1, campaign 1. And he just rejects the flat offer to join the party. I'm more of a lone wolf. I'm like, fuck off, see you later then." I was turned around and left.
We actually left the tavern at that
Yeah.
point too.
Like, you had a go at him, but like, while I'm in the backpack as this is going on, I'm like having a go at him. When
Yeah,
he left.
exactly.
You're a fucking idiot. Go find him. We're going to get him.
That's it.
You jumped out of it, grabbed his arm, and started dragging him with you and started waving. Arthur.
What's your favorite member? Delvin. It was a bit of a cunt, really.
It's like literally all of them Biz said, just like, yeah, do you want to join the crew or like helping everyone?
Yeah, I do remember you were the one that was like really on it, being a wizard. You're like,
I was buying books.
oh my god, bro, I just found this fucking bookshop and there's so many spells. And I'm like, yeah. You buy me a book, please? I was like, how much are these books?
Expensive.
They're only 50 gold each. It's fine. They're only first level spells. I was like, you can have one. He's like, I'll take it. ran back to the bookshop as quick as he could. But yeah.
Wile E. Coyote, like,
Yeah.
running from the falling fucking boulder.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Blake, what's your favorite memory? And I swear to God, if it's the one you think I'm gonna.
My favorite memory is when you first met up with the captain of the Red Dragon. Where you met up with Lecter. For those who don't know, there were 5 factions of dragons. There was the gold, the red, the black, the white, and the green.
They were pirate crew, and they were named the dragons because in order to become realized, you had to kill a dragon of that color, and so that's how they sort of had their prominence.
There's no correlation to the 5 he's part of in the Paladins. It's just he likes number 5.
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't even put that together, but it actually works really well. Yeah.
But so when it comes to this, they actually made their own crew called the Copper Dragons. So he was trying to become a realized pirate, and it's again at the castle where the king mission, and he was there at this royal dinner, and they were all invited. They got the invitation from their friend Zed, who is currently the counselor for the king, and like the king's mage, and they go there, and there were so many other people, and you were expecting to see one of your close friends, the leader of the Black Dragons, and
I remember that session too. I had a real big problem with authority. I would just like strut in and just fuck with people on purpose because I hated the whole charade of royal.
and then you met one other person, an elf, as he stood like pretty much sat across from you, and you could tell what he was and who he was because he kept speaking about his ship and who he was. And the reason why I loved it so much was because it was the first time you stood up to another dragon. It wasn't even you, because again, when you were dealing with the Black Dragon, when you're dealing Arcus a lot, it was fine because it was more or less of like he was training you what
It
you
was a
weren't
friendship though. Like it wasn't. It was like not really any intent behind it. It was more of like a banter thing, and we didn't know who he was at the time, and you know. Yeah.
And he was all for it because in the end, you found out his ultimate goal, which was pretty much get rid of 2 colors and implement 2 different ones.
Yeah, which we kind of did on our own anyway.
Well, you ended up coming to him anyway.
Yeah.
In the end for it. And anyway, so, and it was the first time you actually stood up and proved yourself to be a proper crew. And the first realization from another dragon was the gift of the copper dragon sword.
Yeah. True. I do have one more memory, and it's got actually nothing to do with the campaign. I always thought this character was very Jack Sparrow-esque. And it wasn't intentional, it was just, you know, the very start of the very first movie where he's on the boat that's like sinking as he goes into like the first town. Tries to make his own crew, all that bullshit. About
1 episode in.
2 or 3 months after the end of campaign 1, I decided to watch One Piece. And I had to put it into the group chat, and I was like, which one of you motherfuckers didn't want to tell me that I was playing Luffy the entire fucking time? Because my character was that fucking dumb and just overexcited about anything and everything.
I
And was
don't
like,
know
"You
if
son of a
I
bitch."
ever told you this, but I'm pretty sure it was after the very first session. I was talking to Blake, and we literally just said he's not Jack Sparrow, he's Luffy.
Yeah, but no one told me. No one told me. And so it got to like the end of the campaign, everything. All this time later, I started watching One Piece. I'm like, holy shit, motherfuckers. But yeah, Do we want to go into talking about campaign 1 now, or would you like to take a quick break before we break that down?
So we are going to take a quick break so that way we can stretch our legs. Once we do that, we're going to have a quick segment when we come back, which is one segment I've had on my mind all day, where each one of you get to look me in the eyes and tell me one thing you hated that I did in the first campaign. Not right now.
Fuck, you know.
No.
Can I mention one thing I hate?
Yeah, we can do that after the break.
I accidentally killed a man with my down his throat and he put it back to life.
So, yes, it could be anything from a game mechanic to a storyline or something where it messed you over, anything like that. So that's the thing. And then we're going to get to, we're going to do brief summaries of what I like to follow, which is the Avatar storylines where they go, here's the first book, a second book, and a third book. And that's how I like to do the stories. So we'll talk about basically book 1 or the first quarter of the story.
Nice
We're also gonna
Avatar
end-
reference.
We're also going to try and answer some questions too in the chat. So if you guys have any questions for any of us, let us know too. And we'll try and address as much of it as we can. 11 make a wish. Rob wants to die. Alright guys, well we're going to... Fuck off. Alright, so we're going to take a break guys. We'll see you guys very shortly. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're just fixing the camera angle slightly for a second here. So we're going to start this session now here really quickly with everyone going around in a circle and telling Blake the one thing they hated the most about him being a DM in campaign 1. Would anyone like to go first?
One sec, I have a topical reference for this. Okay.
Okay.
No, not okay.
Mind you, we could have got all this. Oh, yeah, okay, all right. Hi. Welcome to the roast of Blake Ignatius.
Anyone?
I have 2, so I'm willing to go first.
Go for gold.
All right, the first one was we've always had it's like a rule of things can't happen to players when they're not at the table. That would be against their will.
Generally.
He allowed half my soul to be paid to a demon while I was not at the table. Which led to my death.
Yes.
Fuck you, Blake.
I'm not going to justify any of these actions because they've already happened. So for anyone, I will not defend myself on these.
If you want to, you can.
To be fair, it wasn't just you I did that to. So I have a lot of people probably on the other end of the screen saying that same thing. But if it makes you feel any better, Rock was fine.
It doesn't.
I tried to pray and nothing happened.
This was gonna be my moment for Kat before I had to recap the kill hauling and dragon riding institute. Kat had a calling to God for about 2 sessions, where she felt the need to pray to the one and only Gaia. And we asked her one time to actually, say out loud the prayer, and get it all out there and see what's going on. And in the most improvised form possible, we hear, "Dear Gaia, thank you for dirt." A bit of rambling. Something about dirt. Amen. And trees.
So the reason why nothing happened there was because you didn't actually know who the Gaia was. You just heard the name because it was the monastery what had taken over your old monastery.
Arthur.
Fuck guy.
So Arthur, do you have anything?
I guess one thing. It took so long. So fucking long. To get my character's specific weapon. And his armor set.
Now, people at home, it wasn't for the fact that he didn't make it. He made it. He made it all. We worked on it together, actually.
Yes. We ended up making it it was like session 30 or some shit like
Yeah,
that.
we made his gear. When
the gear.
you were alive.
And I didn't get it back until the very last fight. I got the armor back.
No, I'm pretty sure you got it back at the end of the session beforehand.
The very last fight, I got the armor. I had the axe beforehand. The axe was very good, but everything else, I got to use it once.
Okay. To be fair, I realize
It was broken.
To be fair, I realize I fucked up with the axe. When it came to the actual armor, it said that all his touch spells turned into ranged. Jordan, you have anything?
I just really want to quickly add to the fact that that was the edited version of your equipment. Your original idea was fucked. That was cracked to
I
hell.
don't think I ever heard the original.
It was fucking monstrous. Yeah, Blake, I just want to say fuck you for killing my character in one turn. That's about it. I just thank you for having 4 attacks, putting me on 0, and then taking 2 swipes at a guy down on death saves, and I had nothing to do with it. Thanks, bro. Fuck you.
I was just too used to playing 3.5 still, so it's very early.
How could you do a mechanic that a Balor blows up when it dies on a boat? Filled with filled to the brim with kegs of moonshine.
I didn't one.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare me? I didn't decide to buy 40 kegs.
Neither did I. It was the
Alright,
monk.
And Rob, is there anything that you're mad at me about for the first campaign?
Surprisingly, not really. No, everything was kind of good. The only thing, like, I actually liked it, but I'm just gonna say I disliked it. It was how you let everyone use and abuse Bang. Everyone knew that Bang was gonna mess up somewhere, so handcuffed and shackled and into a bag, so I couldn't do anything.
We almost sold him at one point.
You do realize if you wanted any of that to stop, you flew 400 feet in the air and just shot them all.
Yeah, that's also true. My fighting distance was 500.
Okay, so my second one. We had a rule at the table that nothing could happen to your character when you weren't at the table.
If you guys don't realize by now, Jacob is the Royals lawyer of our group. The Royals lawyer.
You took all my shit! All of it!
To be fair, the dragon that took all of it, you also made a wish to make it back to life. You could have just let it die, man.
No, look, this one's second because it wasn't as bad, because I did get a luck blade out of the deal. So, you took all my shit though!
Alrighty. So, anyone else?
One more thing.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
So,
Oh, wait. I have one thing I hated. So when it comes to leveling, everyone's getting 100 XP, 500 XP, everyone getting a free level when we do something major. Every time we all got a free level, I was within 10 XP of leveling up. So while everyone's getting, 600-700 XP to, make enough XP to get to the level, I'm here getting, 3 XP or 1. There was one time where I don't know if you planned for it to happen, but you left me 1 XP short of leveling up, and then I got a free level, and I was like, that's the biggest fuck you to this game.
If it makes you feel any better, everyone else in the party gained 10 levels, and I got none. Because he caught you all up to my character.
You were level 9, you fuck. I don't want to hear anything about it.
I'm just saying if it makes you feel better.
so there is another part to all of this. I am now going to look at each one of you and tell you what's the worst thing about being the DM for you in that first campaign.
You also had a rule that if you weren't at the table,
Does anyone volunteer to be my first target?
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay. Fighting against you. Combat is annoying. Because after something would happen and I do something, and this, mind you, this is early. So this is when Jacob's very early into understanding what it was in terms of action economy and everything else. But he hadn't seen enough DMing or any of that. So he just knows basically what everyone else does. He didn't know style as well as he does today. He would love to point out, can't do that. Well, actually, I just saw last session, couldn't do that. So then I'd have to go through and explain why I justified me doing it, besides saying, I am the DM. I can do what I want.
We actually were originally going to build a DM screen, and on the left side of the DM screen it said, I am the DM. And on the other side it said, shut up. So if something happened, or no, I think it was just shut up. And so depending on what it was, he would just tap to each side of the screen. And we actually never ended up making it. And I kind of wish you did at that point, because if Jacob started talking, you'd just be like, I'm the DM.
No, because I made nicer looking DM screens. At the end, the first one was okay.
It was perfect.
Coke bottle. Coke bottle box. Yeah, not can box.
The first DM screen, the first.
The very first
one-
DM screen with like post-it notes.
And the first dry erase playmat.
So, who would like to be next?
You're looking at me, so may as well be there.
Okay. I am very grateful.
Is Sid or is this? Oh.
You'll instant. No. This is all of it. I am very grateful in many ways because I've been playing D&D with Arthur for a long time. He's actually been there since my very first DM session. He's the first player to ever make me go, fuck this, I am making all combat harder now. Because he did not one thing, but two things. First thing, manipulating my fucking dice.
Yeah, that was my divination wizard.
And also, not just that, is also being the gnome feature as
And having the
well.
lucky feat. I had the lucky feat. I had the halfling
Yep,
reroll,
yep,
and I also had my 2 portent dice.
yep.
I had 5 rerolls, or 6 rerolls.
And at least 4 of them could be used against me. No, it was one. It was twice per day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and at least 4 of them were used against me.
All the time.
One of my favorite things in the very, very first couple of sessions was every morning of the game, you just see Arthur smile, and you go, "What?" And you hear it in the corner, "Someone's getting that," and you knew it was either a natural 20 or a natural fucking 1.
And there were some sessions where I just go, yeah, look, they're not doing combat today. So that was the first one.
That caused me to be 1 XP short of leveling
So that was the first one. The second one is I am so grateful. Campaign 2 has no cleric. Because my god, I thought that I was already upping the ante. And then the first time I'm like, I need to throw a match where they're going to feel the actual fight and actually feel like it's going to be hard. And boy, that was the first time you met the higher level drows. And I'm like, oh, it's like you're level 1. Fantastic. And then every fight from there on was hard because you existed. Because I had to balance your axe and your spells and make sure that the action economy was more in my favor to force you to heal.
Arthur is the reason why we have the rule that when you play a new character, you can't play the same race or the same class a second time in a row.
You gave him that axe.
Did because do you know when I was creating that axe when he was low level, it seemed balanced. And then the moment
When you progressively get higher, it becomes more strong.
So, who's next?
Fair enough, let's do it. Okay, you want to go? You go.
No. No. I can't blame her for not deciding to ever have dice to take my dice and then my dice go, hey, Blake, fuck you. I can't blame you for that. But stop trying to climb shit. All I have to say. There's a wall you can climb and you wanted to climb the mountain. The wall was shorter.
Okay, I don't have a climbing speed anymore.
I know that.
Are those boots in this game as well?
It's all about the luck of the roll now. If you get it, then my god, my dice hate me. But yes, that's pretty much it.
You're gonna try and climb. Anyway. Be back.
You. Are you awake? Double checking that. Good. You're not having a nap? Mad. Okay. So you, most of all, you're pretty fine most of the time. Kind of. My biggest problem with you is, man, when I didn't want something to actually happen. Oh no, when I did want something to happen, I plan it out and I lay it out perfect because I'm like, it's trapped. I know you do it. You don't. You didn't do a single fucking thing. Instead, you'd be in chains. I'm like, cool, he can't do it. So they actually knew that. But at the times that I just desperately didn't want you to do something, like piss off Grazit and steal his key, you did that. You threw that out. But as this character, I can't fault you too much. But you as a person, fuck you. But no, there's not much I can say about you, Rob. You're pretty good.
Just using his phone.
Oh yeah, actually, get the fuck off your phone. No. But during the sessions, get the fuck off.
There's also one time, not in this campaign, where he did something that he should not have done.
Oh, you talking about this is my strong
This is my
hand?
strong hand.
In my defense, I was refueling the fire because everyone was cold, and I just was not paying attention to the game.
Can we tell the story as to why you asked him if he was awake? Stories.
You'd like to know there's a lot of reasons why we start later instead of actually on 8:30. It's because he works. We all actually work. She's got work in the morning, so she'll probably leave soon. But when he gets home, he decides to have a nap at 6 p.m. Hopefully wakes up before 8. Gets 5 calls off me. Then decides to send me a message saying, I'm leaving my house in 10 minutes.
I'm not asleep, you're asleep.
Yep. So we wait. We're patient. We're nice. Okay.
He also tends to fall asleep at the table.
I haven't done that yet.
This campaign.
Yes.
And I will say one about the other player of Wednesday who isn't here. We didn't invite him because he generally starts work earlier than all of us. But the reason why, so my thing to Rock, say that because I don't know if you want him mostly said on the internet. Man, had a tendency just not shut the fuck up. I loved it. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes you just don't accept a no.
He just talk you into a corner and you just couldn't get out.
Generally, a lot of the time that happened because it's just the way he would do it. He would just be so good at talking like that. You spoke like that in real life, man. You could be doing something else as a job. But you could have probably defended Amber Heard. But yes, so that's you. Loved it because you kept the Kiwi accent going the whole time. But fuck you.
Objection relevance.
Now I will say something else about all of you, and I'll stay on topic of Rock. I loved seeing this character you played because I played D&D with you. You're the one that actually got me into it, and it was the best character I've ever seen you play because it was just the most you've seen, except for that one scene. John,
I'm back again.
I am.
Round 3.
Killing your character was the best thing I ever fucking did.
I'll agree with that.
Hey, buddy, how
I
you
thought
doing?
you bang.
This is a bit of a diss and a bit of a not. Bit of a diss. Stop giving me Croxes for you to fucking have. They do not ever work.
I can't control my transformations.
Hey,
Okay. I played a werewolf.
it was
I didn't. I just, hid in the corner. We were given an oath. I was given an oath bow. The one time I decide to use the oath bow properly and take on the effects, which give you disadvantage with every other weapon for the combat, this motherfucker decides to give me my first transformation as a werewolf. And disadvantage on all attacks. Because I can't hold a fucking bow as a werewolf. Okay, Crocs are bad. Keep going.
That's the bad thing.
Oh.
But the good thing is that you're always willing to see the story through. So you never sidetrack it. You always move forward with the story. So that I am very appreciative of.
That's why I'm always in a group with these two. To get them back on fucking point.
Look. I'm not gonna say that we need it, but we are the stars.
I just want to point out that there was one point where Cat had to force you to be on track though and see a mission through.
one that got me killed.
You keep me on track with rules and stuff like that, and I brainstorm pretty much all my ideas of the campaign with you, your brother, and it's really good to pretty much have a podcast with you that helps you with that. But as a player, it is always just good to understand that someone smart in combat is there.
Yes.
Now we're gonna go to the player disses. Alright? Kat, I want you to diss each one of us.
Hold on, 1 sec. I'm not finished. I'm still got 2 players.
And you're done.
I want to say that I know I'm an ass when it comes to the rules, but you asked people to read the book, okay? I read the freaking
remember,
book.
I said you always just got to keep me on check on rules. That is your safety net. The only time
Oh,
is
no, for the
when
bad
I
part.
tell you. If I overrule something for you, and then I overrule something against you, don't get salty when I overrule something against you.
Tell us the possibility of rolling 2 nat
If you want to see that, watch our last upkeep. Oh, you did that. You did.
What was the probability of it?
And then it found out the person was immune to whatever I was trying to fucking attack him with.
Well, if you want to see the probability, just go to the upkeep episode because not the upkeep, the technical difficulties part because we spoke about it.
They spent a month.
It was 8 days.
It was a month.
We tried a lot of Google searches for it. We had many different results.
Me.
Yeah. Again, I'm very appreciative that I've had you since day one of me actually DMing, and you've seen me pretty much become the DM I am. And you were a big part of the reason why I actually am the DM I am today, because of the group that I had with you compared to the group that I had with you when I very first started. No, but I'm talking about the very first time I did it for yeah. So yeah, and you always have an basic idea, but then you always are someone that has you always change it, and your characters end up becoming more interesting than they ever were, and especially based off your first games to now. You are very knowledgeable in D&D in terms of classes.
Yeah.
Don't turn into a bat again.
Look, first time being a druid, it was fun, alright?
There's a really nice line between where you are now and Jacob. Stay there.
I
Know
have
your
fun.
lane.
I have fun. I'm not a lawyer.
And then, Kat, I'm very grateful that
the dice I gave you worked. More in your favor because you were very new. But there is a big difference, and it shows from campaign 1 to campaign 2. And you have very much grown and progressed in terms of being a character and also being a player. And it's very good to see you break out of your shells, especially with these boys, because they're all different shapes and sizes. Very different.
Wait!
That'll trigger a room of people in less than 2 seconds.
Well, I was not expecting that.
In the fucking reverse of you.
I will attempt to jump that table.
So, but no, you really did break out of your shell, especially with the way that you get very socially awkward around new people, and you did great, and you were very committed to doing this, and now you've been playing the game for over 3 years. So I am very
Really
appreciative.
glad I stayed with the.
Because it's the best group.
Sorry, Maddie. But yes, and that's it. For the Wednesday group, for those who don't know, the Wednesday group is my longest running group. And everyone here is pretty much an original member, because I do count anywhere from before the Barracus battle as an original member. And yes, Jacob's not on the Wednesday group. He sacrificed his time to make sure the Friday group could be a thing. Because Cat didn't.
We kicked him out. He's fucking shit.
Fight me.
Alrighty.
Too much lawyering, so we're like...
Alrighty.
We'll see you here and fuck us.
So now it's getting late. Kat, you don't have to stay here. You can go home. You have. Okay. 'Cause-
Everyone, 1, 2, 3, ready?
Bye,
So, for those who don't know,
Sorry, before we start, is there any questions?
she can't really answer them, I don't think.
Matt, okay.
Who said bye?
Thank you, Blue.
Said bye, cat.
Alrighty. So, let's get into basically the first part of the campaign.
Over a century ago, a demon lord from the Nine Hells rained terror upon the world of Astraven in an attempt to create a 10th layer of hell, until an unlikely group of adventurers made a choice to stand in his way and defy his will. But not all was saved. A once simple way of life destroyed by his ambition, and the drowned, hated by everyone for their part in the terror that happened a century ago. The world left scarred, races divided. The world has new threats, and I guess you could say, a new story.
And with that,
I had the mic on at your stomach. Alrighty. So campaign 1 started off with these 4. That's why I sent Cat home. It started off with these 4. They started in the town of Olin on the island of Val. And it was Rob, who was playing Bellathorn, Arthur, who's playing Sid. It started with them sitting in a tavern. Now, I want to put a massive disclaimer out.
I have really never watched Critical Role. But apparently, there's a common theme where I do something and then they do it the next few weeks later. Or if they do something.
No. There's a pattern where you do something, and then a couple weeks later we decide to watch Critical Role. We go, hey, wait a minute. That's very similar.
No.
Our table
Because
was
there's the
bugged.
parts where I brought in the Bella, and then a few weeks later, they brought in the Bella.
Yeah, no, but even the intros and stuff. Not like we just watch it after and go. We don't know the point.
Yeah.
Specifically-
But what about this intro? There was nothing similar. No, I had to watch their intro to make sure it didn't fucking match.
Specifically, our table that we played on at a time must have been bugged by Critical Role. So they were listening.
But anyway, so this is gonna sound very familiar. So they were sitting at a tavern, and he was the backpack wizard. He would sit in his backpack, and these two had just rocked up into the tavern, Nylia and Delvin. And there was a farmer who they protected their whole farm from, which was from scarecrows.
Do it all at once. Fuck. No, it's not coming up. I'm checking.
No. So they protect him from scarecrows. So he gave him coin in a big bag, and then they went through, and this is where the whole divvy up and stuff like that, and the lone wolf started. After Sid dragged and found them, they met the town guard, the head of it, Dave the half-orc, which made him cry of laughter when he met his name. Prepared for it. So they had to go deal with a rat problem. It was getting quite serious.
It's in the sewers.
Yeah. So they go into the sewers, and they were now they had to go to pretty much the dock and then climb down a ladder and then yeet themselves onto it, hopefully land. And most of them landed in that pretty fine. And they walked in, and they were going around, and I set this up in a way that, you know, it was just a giant maze, but there was always a way around. And then that's when they found the Quaggoth. Not a rat.
Okay, I just want to point out that we did find some rats beforehand.
Yeah.
The reason why it was so not memorable is because you were planning on throwing swarms of rats at us. Instead, you threw singular rats at us with 1 hit point. And so we got through the entire encounter in about 10 minutes.
Yes. Well, no. That was the point. Because it was, you were always gonna run into the Quaggoth if you took it.
Yeah.
So I couldn't have you low on health.
I remember speaking to you about it. You're like, yeah, no, it was meant to be swarms of rats.
Yeah. It was meant to be swarms of rats. So anyway, they run into a Quaggoth. For those who don't know what a Quaggoth is, it is a underdark creature, and it can be very deadly. And these are level 1s, that's thing it, and this is about the whole challenge rating system because they did it. Killed it. Pretty easily, actually.
What went down?
No one went down. You did it pretty easily. So, they left, they went back up, and these two got something mixed up in the timeline. Because when they went back up, they spoke to him and told them about they spoke to Dave again and told him about the Quaggoth. And they kind of found out which sewer it could have came from. And then Dave told him that sewer leads all the way back to Castle Formir, which is a place that is up north in Valak. That is by itself. And then, when they went back to the tavern, that's when they went to divvy up that money, as well as the first lot of money because they hadn't done it. That's when you got arrested. But it wasn't in Valak, Volin you got arrested in. It was Barithith that you got arrested in.
I just remember pissing off with.
Yep, that was in Barithith.
Yeah, I 100% thought that was like.
Nope, it wasn't. Because you did that stuff and then you were going to go to Volin. But, go to Castle Formir from Volin.
Also Formir as well. Kind of like Drake.
A little bit. So then you guys left Castle. You left Volin before going to Castle Formir. Knew that it was going to be tough. You're worried about seeing more. So you were wondering if you could go somewhere else, just to do a few things for him. So then, yeah, Dave sent you off to Barafith, where he also said that there was somebody he wanted you to speak to. Was his brother, Zed. And he also said that Zed was a mage who had books, and you went, books. Yeah. So you guys went there. You were still exploring the place. You guys went to Barafith, and in Barafith you saw that day that you had arrived, that there were some nooses being tied up, and there was people getting gathered around. So you guys went to Zed's, and you found out that the moment you walked in, magic didn't work. Found out. Told her eye.
So we went to Formir.
Not yet. We're close. Because Jacob was in level 9 here. Oh, he drew it when you guys got back to Volin. Otherwise, he would have beat the crap out of, would have beaten the crap out of... Not yet. Not yet, because he didn't go to Barafith at first with the Cursed Blade. I am right. Because you didn't fight Father Torin here. Guessed he was the bad guy here. So
From the jump. Second place up. The second Blake starts overly describing a character, we're like, get him.
So anyway. So went there. You got your first... you didn't have enough for your first book, but he gave you one free. It's on the house. And then... You guys went to the tavern to get a drink because you've been traveling. And then... That's the alleyway you two went in. Because you hadn't earned a type of favor yet. You were in a completely new town. So you got arrested. You were singing a lot of, like, jail songs to the point where they let you out. Not you. You were... Which is where you met Zach. You and Zach were sitting in the jail cell. And he didn't say he was a wizard. Not straight away, but he did tell you that he didn't murder anyone. And you believed him. You did all the right checks to make sure he was telling the truth. And then they let you out. And you guys went, you sat, and you saw Zach get hung. So that was it. Then, during that day, you went back because did what you needed to do. You gave the message from Dave to Zed. You headed back. When you headed back, you actually had gained a level from the actual quest. So from the rats, the Quaggoth, and that quest, put you to level 2, sorry. Then you decided that you were going to head to find Castle Formir because you all wanted to prestige. Well, not subclass. You all wanted to level up. So you went to Castle Formir. Took a bit of trouble, but you went. Got to the front gates. Pretty much kind of open. You went to the front door. Now, in Castle Formir, it was trapped. and doors wouldn't open and all this other stuff. There were hidden doors, all this stuff. And they went through it. They went through it and they found some cool stuff. Some gargoyles to fight. A random ghost that you were the only one that could actually kill. Yeah. That was kind of messing you all up. You found a door that needed a strength of 20 to push, and everyone in this party started inside their strength. No, it was no, yeah, it was 30. Yeah. Because your negative scores put a negative to all of your pushing. Because you got yeah. And yes, that's how you got Gerald. And then Gerald was the extra strength, who he had 6 strength. So when you go 7, 7, 7, 7, 24, and then you add the 7 that he had minus the the 8 minus the 1, you actually put you over, and you push the door, leading to the deck of many things. But no one knew what it was. It was in a pouch that you took. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You were super paranoid. To let you know, if you knocked over that glass case, nothing happened. You got broken. Nothing would happen. It's Indiana Jones type stuff. Yeah. It was literally the fear of it, but to be honest, the hardest part was trying to push the door. So you did that, and then while you guys were exploring more rooms, going through, Delvin found a room. He found a sword, perched over a fireplace. And he...
Keep in mind too, this is also my first real official time playing D&D. I didn't know there was cursed items in this game. I just thought, yeah, fuck yeah, nice sword. My good friend Blake look up to me. He goes, mate, come have a look at this book. I was like, oh fuck, alright, I must have something pretty good. Walk on over. Sword of Vengeance. He goes, look at the next line. First item. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? Ruined my whole character for about 3 sessions there, bro.
Well, it came to your advantage anyway, because it actually helped you with the Father Tauren fight. If you don't remember why. And I'll let you know. Because you had it fixed after the Father Tauren fight. That's why you went back to...
I couldn't...
Yeah, because it wouldn't let you. Which is ended up what you ended up having later in the game. So when it came to that, you done that, bought a couple of gargoyles, and they went out the back into the courtyard, and they found a few dead drow bodies. Some of them looked decayed and old, and some looked not super fresh, but still old.
Holy shit, I just realized they were drow bodies. I just thought...
Just bodies.
No, black.
No, they were... Yeah. They were the drow
He didn't
remains.
realize that they were drow bodies.
I need a microphone. Yeah, I didn't realize there were drow remains. You're like, oh, there's like black bones on the ground. I was like, oh, I thought it was like, oh, charred remains or cursed, items or anything.
Because when they went to Castle Formir and the drows were originally using that as a home base, the squadron they sent in there to clean up any animals or anything that would have been lurking in there, they didn't realize the whole house was trapped and set off at least 80% of the traps that were in that house.
Hence the Quaggoth, blah, blah, blah.
Hence the Quaggoth release.
Right.
Because they took the Quaggoth with them. The Quaggoth fell down in sewer, and that's why it went to where it was. And that's why they released the Death Knight.
Oh, okay, there you go.
The Death Knight wasn't originally being able to be released. They opened its back chambers, which is what released it. So
we had to jump the fence to get to. I remember we had to jump the fence to get over to where the Death Knight was into the courtyard.
no, you jumped from down to
Yeah, like
open up
we
the
couldn't
jar-
actually get the door open.
because the
We
door
tried.
wasn't locked.
It was just really hard to open.
Yeah, it was barred on the
Yeah.
other side.
But I remember we had to like full like parkour our way around into the
Because
courtyard.
the drow that went over there were the ones that climbed over the wall. Because
Yeah.
you know how the big middle door was locked and there was a way in
Yeah.
through the other. The drow never found that.
Well, I remember that when we encountered the door for the first time, there was a slight gap in the doors, but you could see something on the other side
Yeah, it was barred.
in like one spot, so it was barred.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that door was barred, and then the outside door was barred,
Yeah.
which meant that they could they never went through it. So they jumped out the back.
I
and
remember
then-
we found a secret passageway through a portrait,
Yeah, they
and
never found
that's
that
what allowed us through it. We didn't have to
Yeah.
jump down anything.
because they never found it. But you did have to jump off the balcony outside to open the back door courtyard because they couldn't.
Yeah,
because the
but it
drow
would have
couldn't
been
open that.
from the wall
Yeah.
otherwise, and it would have been like
exactly.
a stupidly long fall, and we would have just died
Yeah.
from the fall damage.
Well, that's what the.
But we
drow
only
did.
had to do a little bit.
So the drow opened up the back, basically bunker, which the Death Knight was being kept in because of the only thing that they could enter. Now, little thing that they didn't know, which the Death Knight never told you, door could only be opened from the outside. He could never. So when you guys open that door, you reopen the Death Knight. Because another thing is too, it's kind of bound. Remember how I said it's bound
Yeah.
and it couldn't leave? Yeah, it couldn't really stay out of that bunker for more than 10 minutes. Otherwise it gets pulled back in.
Okay.
Because it was the curse. What his whole shtick was, you guys did, they got cursed by him, by the way. To stop that curse was kill the one drow that was bounding him.
He sent us off to kill Gith, though.
No, the Gith, sorry. The Gith, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to
That's
say,
my
it
bad.
wasn't
I
Drow.
said drow before him.
Yeah.
To kill...
We 100% ignored it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, shortly after everyone died and I used Greater Restoration to remove my own curse.
So, you, so you got cursed by him. And the curse was to go to Tridengarth up north and destroy the Gith. And what he meant by that, referring to, is the one Gith, the one magic that actually he was tied to. So he could die. Which, in the end, you found a different way to do it. So, you all got cursed, you all had handprints on you, and you're all freaking out. But then you're like, fuck it, let's see how we can see what we can do. To be fair, it wasn't just ignoring it. Other plots came up, because that's the way I had the story, was they could move and go any way they want.
I do remember constantly asking you how much time in game had passed, though.
Yeah,
Like,
that
we
was-
were tracking how long the curse was
Yeah.
going for, even though we just didn't give a shit about the result at the end of it.
I think he gave us a time, like an actual time limit before it would kill us.
Yeah, it was like 3 months or some shit.
Yeah.
But I remember, like, fast travel, I'm like, how many days had passed since we traveled last? Like, yeah, it's about 2 days. I'm like, good, alright, I made a tally just in case.
So, after that, and they got the curse, they went back to Volin, which was their home, and they were talking with Dave and everything like that. And they asked Dave, would anyone? They let him know what happened. Dave said you could go back and talk to my brother about the whole everything's happened, to see what he was gonna say. You guys went back to Barithith again, and in Barithith you met Zed, and he told you that there is one person that could possibly remove your curse. He's currently residing in the church, the Tauren church. Found him there. Said I'm not strong enough to do it. And then it's where he also said that you were cursed by the blade. Well, it's when all of you were cursed by that blade as well. So you're like, all right, but meantime, not all of you were there. The markets. After you left there and you went back, Brock's first character, my god, Please don't play a character. Your first character was walking through a marketplace. Weren't alone. Bellathorn that was with you. And during that time, when you're walking through the market, or green mist going through. And everyone kind of saw this. I think you ended up coming to the market.
I was there because I was the one that got hit.
Yeah. You ended up coming to the market. And you and Bellathorn saw the green mist and heard like the screams of someone, which was captain of the Green Dragons. Then you noticed that the magic was very... After that, you decided to do some more investigating. Stayed an extra night. You did do some investigating. You instantly already, all five of you motherfuckers had it down pat on who it was. And this is me being a good DM, and I never took it away from them.
So there is one thing that you did miss. Mm-hmm. I knew it was him from the moment Zach got hung, because I made a perception check. No, he was muttering. He was smiling and muttering while he watched it happen. That's where it all came from.
Oh, Arthur had it written down from the word go.
Yeah.
He spreads his giant wings, flies. Bad guy.
So he breathes. Yep, he's alive. Bad guy. So anyway, then we come up to, then we come up to the end fight, church fight, where you guys approached him. He stood on a roof outside. Do some arrow shots from through the window. You guys went in there. One person didn't. One person just stood there. That's why he didn't end up playing that guy. And that's... and the fight begun.
It was actually before that fight too, that it's been taken under the wing, not knowing at the time, the leader of the Black Dragons. He was teaching me how to jump across buildings and be stealthy and investigate, blah 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 blah. And then that's when we went through. That's when we went through to fight the.
That was at the same time that I was in the market and got shot by the Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, because at the time he was playing the role of the backup, like head of security for Valak.
Yeah, and he was there as well.
Yeah, he didn't fight in the fight with
Arkin.
Arkin, yeah, he didn't fight.
No, he didn't fight against
He
Tor.
showed us what to do, and then he was like, I have to go. Well, you're right, Sam.
So, yeah. So, then, you guys did the fight, and you won. So, then we fast forward a little bit, and you leveled. Your prestige, you all hit your subclass. Yeah. But, when you guys went back to Bolin, someone had a great idea. What's this pouch?
Yeah.
So Nylia grabbed one of the cards from the deck of many things. And it's funny. Did I ever tell you what that first card was?
You did, because I used it. Hermit.
So you got the Hermit. Then the second one, I'm like, most of these cards are fucking horrible, so it's going to kind of balance itself out.
So, for anyone that doesn't know, the Hermit card allows you basically to ask the DM a question about anything in the game, and they have to give you
The answer
and a way to use that answer. So they can't just say, "Oh yeah, it's that."
I have to
Like,
give
they've
him
gotta give you-
exactly what it is. So it's not
Yeah.
even like he asked me one question and I answer with one word answer. It is, if he asked me the question and I didn't answer it the way he wanted, he keeps asking me until the answer that he wants has come out.
So there's no
Sneaky way.
There's no getting around the question.
It's not like a wish where you can
Where you can monkey paw.
Yeah, no. This is it's a meta game. And so you didn't use that straight away.
Not straight away. I didn't use it for a while.
No, I think you used it like when everyone else was around level 5.
Yeah.
Then you did that. And then you pulled the big one, and you
The sun.
got 50,000 experience.
And a magic item.
A magic item.
It was the Dragon Slayer sword.
Dragon, let's say so. So that happened. Then something else started to happen. A person came in to the town because they've just done their first quest, so now I need to move on with the next one. And the first thing that has come up was that someone came into the town, attacked by an owlbear, and they were kind of sick. So Dave asked these guys if they could do him the favor of going into the forest and checking stuff out, and go to the village he came from, up north. So they said, yeah, let's do it. On their way up, through one of the villages, through one of the forests, actually, they were ambushed by their first run-in of the Drow. By a river lake. I was actually back and forth to the point where they retreated. Your first second mini boss of the game.
I believe, because I pulled the card at the start of this episode, so I actually didn't level until the end of the
Correct.
We spoke about that, and I was like, rather than stopping the game.
So, you guys went forward after that first fight, and you made it into the town. You guys were at the town, and Sid, you needed a few days and ingredients to create a cure. So you got a vial of the poison from someone's pouch, actually. Went, and you guys actually went through and decided to give you a bit of time, a day. Yeah, an important roll of a natural 20 for you to actually discover the antidote for this disease and give it a name. And what was that name?
Jake.
So during that time, you all were resting, but you all went to sleep. Someone wanted to go out, play with his new wolf. During the time he went to play with his new wolf, he ran into his own owlbear. He actually 1v1'd an owlbear, also with the wolf, and won. Yeah, I remember that moment because you're so hyped the fact that you. So, yeah. So you did it. You came back. And yeah, you actually went back and collected the owlbear hide. And then after that, you created the antidote. And there were a few other sick people in the village, and you tested it on them, and you cured them. But you had to do that because he had Slapcheek. Remember that?
We fixed the fuck out of that 28 days later game.
So yes, you had Slapcheek. Yeah. So you fixed it, and then you realized to mass produce this, one more herb which we found in that forest. Back, and again, had run into the Drow for a second time, and fighting them again. Someone almost, a dog almost drowned. Yeah, the wolf. You remember that? Oh, yeah. How the wolf went.
For some reason, that thing.
Yep.
Every time it did good in battle, punching on it. As soon as it went to like a little bit of water, I just started drowning this. Why the fuck out of here?
It's called doggy paddle, not wolfy paddle. Come on, bro.
So anyway, so You had to stop and save your wolf. Yes.
You really need him?
So. Yep. You did. And then we went to actually. You guys did that. You went back to Dave and Volin again, and told him the good news of what you figured out. And by then you had leveled up.
I think this is literally the point where Volan just became
It is.
the hub.
It was because it was always your return.
We'd come back here.
That is how you ended up with favor
Yeah.
because you had cured Slapcheek.
But we'd come back here like 4, 5, 6 times already, and we're like, you know what? I guess this is just where we come back whenever we finish a mission.
Yeah, it's your home. So came back. You spent a few nights there in a row because you were handing him some owl hides. And Arthur and Rob got really high. Oh yeah.
We got some good owlbear hides, and we
Yep.
also got high.
But in the
We had-
meantime, while that was happening, 2 people were outside of that house trying to see what was going on.
Why was I outside of the house, Blake?
I don't know why way.
Because I had met the person prior.
So the person that we're giving the owlbear hides to, Jordan met on his first night on staying at the tavern. And there was an option to get a little bit of extra
Companionship.
Yeah, companionship. So he paid. Now, when you don't request, they guess. And the person that was the Owlbear's eyes, he came in.
I nearly killed him.
You did.
I didn't. I didn't want to ruin and like murder Hobo my way through my first campaign.
But little did you know, if you did,
that would have been a completely different game.
would have been a whole completely
Yeah,
different
yeah.
game.
Like campaign.
So, and you two get pulled up by these 2 guards, which seem to be hassling you for a while.
Those fucking guards, man. Bro, it's like ruining my shit, man. Like, I would like try and like imping and speak to like, why are you hanging around a school? I'm like, I'm not. Fuck off.
Because the house was in front of a school.
Never told me that. You know.
So, and then they saw them, and they were behind the house trying to peek into it, trying to find out what's going on. So, yeah, everything they was doing seemed very seedy. So, they do that. Then, after they get the owlbear hides, all that juicy stuff sent in and ordered in, they get given a mission from Arkin. And that was to head to the docks. Was to head to Barrowfifth to investigate a missing stick.
Okay, so you've said this now, and it's now triggering some memories. Mate, I think this is the first time we actually visited Barrowfifth. I never actually saw Zed before this point.
Yeah.
No, because we went to another town further south. Barrowfifth was further west.
No, Barrowfifth,
So
Barrowfifth was.
Father Torin wasn't actually in Barrowfifth.
It was in Sorath,
Well, yeah, but you were saying Barrowfifth before.
was I?
Yeah.
So you went to Sorath,
Yeah.
then you went to Barrowfifth because
Yeah.
you hated Barrowfifth.
Yeah, because I got shit on. Yeah.
Sorry, so it wasn't Barrowfifth, it was Sorath.
So there's actually like a mix between 3 towns there.
Yeah.
So we'd only been to Barrowfifth once before. Every other time was Sorath.
So anyway, so they actually head to Barrowfifth probably this time. And don't worry. We'll breeze it really quick. So I'm just going to be talking about book 1. going through the rest of it. It is a 3-year campaign.
We made a deal to get a boat from the guy that was teaching me how to be a rogue and stealthy and shit, who was the second in charge of the security guards.
Correct.
We got a boat. We had a session where I wasn't there. We fought a bunch of drow with a... Was it a gorgon? Someone had a gorgon head and turned it into stone.
Jacob.
So they took it off you?
That wasn't that.
It
You're skipping
got
too
taken
far.
off me when I got captured.
You're taking too far. Like, you skipped a whole battle scene of a destroying town.
That's the part. No, before that.
You're missing the first destruction of Volin.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that. So that's the part I'm trying to get to. I thought that included the gorgon head.
No, that's when the
Okay.
Gorgon. That's when the Gorgon first came.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the gorgon itself. Yeah. Not about you owning a head.
But
That's how you got the head after the
so
combat.
anyway, you're missing a lot of things. So when they went to Barrowfifth, they had to meet up with someone that was going to help him, sent by Arkan. His name was Jeremiah.
My favorite boy. He was the best fucking boy.
Berries. Which was a half orc that was not very smart, but he just did what he was told.
You give that kid berries, mate. He would do anything for you. He was great.
So they went to the place where all the drug were being sold and stuff. They pretty much killed everyone in there except for Rebecca. They killed her twin sister. Rebecca joined. Jeremiah joined. Jeremiah got turned to stone.
I wasn't there for that either. I came
No.
back to finding out that happened.
Yep.
I was very upset.
So you guys actually sent Jeremiah back with the stuff because he was the one that was going to pretty much go straight to Arkan anyway about it. And then you stayed for books. And you just stayed for other things while you were in fifth. And then this is when no one really gave a shit about you.
Yes.
But it was only about a six hour difference between him going and then you following him. When you got back, Drow had started attacking. The reason why Drow started attacking, if none of you knew this, was because this is where their actual track is. Tracked what happened to their Quaggoth to find it dead underneath the town. Because they thought that they obviously didn't get this successfully. They saw that bodies were dead and everything. And their Quaggoth, so when they actually did manage to get inside, all the doors were left open, and they found the sewage point, which is where you didn't find the sewage point.
Okay. So the Quaggoth didn't there was another point that we could have found in the sewer.
Correct.
Was it where the Quaggoth was, or was it just in a totally different spot?
Totally different spot, so it's
Okay.
further.
Okay.
So the Quaggoth was under there for a few days. So where that Quaggoth originally came out of.
Was it just like a big ass gaping hole and we just didn't go far enough in, or
pretty much because
Okay.
after you killed it, you're like, fuck this, and you turn around.
Yeah.
But if you
After I took its hand and had it made into a
you did,
good glove for.
which you never used.
No, because I had a neg 1 to strength.
That's true.
Yeah.
So
It
anyway,
was purely ornamental.
yeah. So anyway, they attacked the town because obviously, if someone was strong enough to kill the Quaggoth, they believed that someone was strong enough to kill the rest of them, like the rest of the Drow. Saw the Death Knight cassette. So anyway, they started to attack the town. This is where Sid put his hand on Rock and turned him into just an actual giant.
Turn him into a boulder.
You guys were all fighting. One of you rolled 666. Elfish Snake appeared.
I nearly forgot about the Nova Snake.
Yeah, you guys had to fight that in terms of also fighting everything else. That's fine because he was. But you were the first player death. Well, yep, Balathorn died. And Nylia gave up her act to bring you back to life to have you with the pact. So you're pretty much useless in a sense. I still let you have a bit of warlocky stuff because obviously it was coming to the end of it. You just couldn't summon the blade.
I couldn't summon the blade anymore, but I had all of the powers that I had gained up to that.
Yeah. You just couldn't gain any more.
Yeah.
You couldn't gain any more.
I
levels.
basically was locked at Warlock level 9 at that point, and I couldn't take it to the
Which
top.
was, hey, if you look at it, it was
Yeah.
pretty high for when
Yeah.
you could have actually
Oh,
lost
look.
it at like level 3.
If it weren't for the deck, I would have been locked at like level 5. Yeah.
So they go through and they're doing this big battle like siege, which ended up being 2 sessions. Because the second session they did was when it literally came down to Sid and our boss. Rock kept jumping up and trying to stay on that pillar, but every time he kept going up, he kept getting kicked off. And it was Sid. Sid had 1 literal spell slot left. And what was the spell that you used? Acidic arrow or something.
It was Melf's acid arrow?
And you chucked it through in the chest, and it was not a like super high roll. It was you meet it, you beat it, and yeah, killed, and that's when he won, and that's when they didn't just earn favor. You became pretty much their Thanes. You were trusted by everyone in that town. So then they fast forward. And then they get a visit after everything's getting rebuilt. They get a visit from a certain person because we did a time skip. We did a time skip to where the town was being close to being finished rebuilding. So they go, they do that, and this is where the campaign starts. Like properly moving forward. They've gotten used to being characters and people. So to help fund the rebuilding, and because Arkan was there, someone else arrived because they were going to have a meeting to deal with the green dragon's death, was the white dragons. And you got a large sum of money.
No, I didn't.
You did? You got 10,000 gold.
No, I didn't.
Well, you didn't spend it.
I died before anything happened with it, and then the money got taken from everyone else. No, I didn't.
That's not a me problem, mate. So, anyway, so Delvin has his crew together, and he tells him about a certain mineral you can get, and you can give that to them, and they can use it for something. And they were going to give it to Zed, so Zed could actually create the magical item for it. So, you went to the island, which was just off the coast. Took your ship there. Went to this old past like buildings and castles. Walked in, and you found this giant gaping hole going 30 foot in diameter. You went down. You found a monster. I can't remember its name. It's a big blue lizard that shoots lightning. And that was the hardest fight you actually had done at that point.
What about that?
Did you?
Yeah.
Sentinel's cracked.
That nose cracked because it allowed you guys to hold it there. So you guys just kept beating it, shooting lightning everywhere, and then they killed it. After that, they took the mineral, push it up the actual hole, which was fine because it was kind of on like. They get it up, take a break, and they start thinking about it. And now it's on like a better surface. They are more than able to push it because as long as 3 people are pushing, it's fine. So they're like, we're going to put this on the boat.
We didn't get it out like that. We couldn't
No,
get it out like
no.
that.
You got it out.
He used enlarged reduce to reduce it.
Yes,
in
that's what happened.
1/8 its
Because I
weight.
remember, because when you put it on the boat, it went yeah. No, I forgot about that. Thank you. So yeah, you did that. So you took it and went to take it to the boat. You went to the boat. You went to the boat.
No, we pushed the rock, the big jewel, down the hill as a chase after it, so it wouldn't get lost in the water.
Yeah.
So we chased after
So you
the
did
jewel.
push it. Yeah. No, I
No,
forgot
when I
about
was at
that.
the top,
get it
when I was
out,
at the top, and then we just pushed it.
Yeah. All right.
So we chased after it, and then Kat was like, "Check the castle out."
Yes.
Us four did the
We were team players.
and stayed together. Not split the.
Then
Well-
Kat decided to walk off.
So Kat wanted to check out the building, and she wasn't having no for an answer. She was very new at the game, and she was very curious. Now she understands the consequences. I think everyone actually, that was the first time everyone understood the consequences of don't split the party. So Jacob, being the, like Nylia, being the responsible person they were, followed and said, I'm going to make sure like nothing too bad happens to you. Rock also said, I'll join too. So that way, at least it was like half the party together. So it didn't, at least it was like better odds. Then 3 became 2 because Rock said, I'm going to take a nap at this tree. He thought that it's the same as a meditation stance when meditating as an elf is different from napping. You are aware of your surroundings, but when you're having a nap in real life, oh boy, you're not. You're actually more asleep than you are when you're actually asleep. Like a power nap. So anyway, he had a nap. Nylia and Kat went in. Went looking around for anything. And they actually split up in the, because there was 2 different staircases.
2 staircase
Yeah. Yeah.
falling out.
And then you guys heard something. So Kat rolled stealth. Natural 20. You rolled stealth. It was like a 4.
Something very low.
Yeah. And out of nowhere, let a cloth go over your mouth.
No. I then had to roll like a saving throw,
Yep.
and then
No, because
it's
the
just
cloth,
gone.
because the cloth that went over your mouth was
No, it was a spell of some kind.
no, it wasn't.
It just knocked me out.
So the reason why that kind of happened was because of the stealth they were doing, outbeat your passive.
Hmm.
So what happened was, that's why I got you to roll, and that's why Alex pretty much couldn't wake up either when he's snoring. So they put it there. That's why that stuff knocked you guys out for all of it.
Yeah.
Because it's just instant, pretty much. And then Pat didn't follow you.
No.
Didn't find out what was going on. You were getting dragged out. Then
I'm pretty sure she saw it.
no. Then she ran out of the building and saw the other ship and you guys being put onto that said ship. Then the ship went off, which was the Red Dragon. You guys were gone. Look on your face. You were on your phone. Was you? Yeah, probably. You guys were just like, this did not just happen. And then that's when that session ended. Then comes Barracus. The first
Then I
big
didn't play
bad
for
guy.
4 weeks.
No. The first big bad guy. Balathorn's big bad guy. You want to explain who he is?
Oh, really?
Hey, motherfucker, describe it.
Hi, I'm Marlon. I'm a clownfish.
Oh, you're a clownfish? You must be funny. Tell us a joke.
So he was a tiefling barbarian. And yeah, that was a. And I mean, Blake brainstormed like, let's make a bad guy for my favorite. Was it favorite enemy? Yeah. So, and I was like, I was gonna leave it up to a dice roll. And yeah, I was like, let's just make something weird. So the tiefling and barbarian is what we came up with. And yeah, he was broken. was not the funnest of fights. And yeah, that's all I can remember from it.
So his whole stick was that he was a very wanted man. He was a very evil barbarian fighter. So he just wanted to be a tyrant of the land of Zendikar. So yeah, pretty much he stole use and then he kidnapped a few other people that released him. What happened was that the Friday party released him for the Balam.
Fucking Friday groups, man.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're not good.
If you want to blame anyone, you blame Smokey. Smokey was the one who
No, just-
ended up doing it.
Friday groups, man. They just fuck with Wednesday groups, man.
Yeah.
Guys, watch the Wednesday groups, alright?
So that
You
happened.
want me to fuck with your group? I'll do it.
So then they came to a guilt-tripped decision to go save everyone. During that, they also found out that 2 other people were looking for Barracus, and they found Azazel and Morpheus were there because they lost all 4 of the other people in their party. So they helped you.
I just want to point out, I 100% could have got myself out of that. But I was told, no, you can't do anything.
No. You pretty much had your mouth tied up, and you had your hands bound, and you were on pretty much a drug the whole time that kept you weak.
I could have done it.
Could you do a verbal spell when you can't do verbal?
Yeah.
How?
I'm pretty sure I was never gagged because I asked you that and you're like, no, you're just too drugged up to do it. I'm like, oh,
Pretty
great.
much. But, well, what they do to keep you drugged is they, like, gag you for, I think it's like an hour with that shit, so you're breathing it in. And then they ungag you.
No. I don't think I was gagged at all because I remember asking what my situation was. I was like, can you describe it to me? So you did, and you're like, yeah, you're just like in this eased, and it's blah 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 blah.
You had the round.
Am I
line.
gagged? You said no. Like, cool. I want to do something while I'm there. Like, yeah, what's that? I want to cast a spell. Like, you can't. Your hands are tied. It's verbal only. You're like, nah. You just can't do it.
You can't.
Ah, fuck you.
Which is good because if you did, you probably would have died.
This is one of the moments when Blake says, I am the DM. Shut up, Jacob.
This was out of game.
Pretty much.
This is out of game.
It was out of game. It wasn't out of game. He's not wrong.
So we actually had to make a symbol at one point to prove that we were talking in a point where Blake couldn't hear what we were saying.
So anyway, so they had to go find him and kill him. So on their way here, there are other points to this. I'm just keeping it short because otherwise then I have to bring up Steve and Teferi. But that they take more precedence. But they take more precedence in this in the second.
The later game.
Yeah, the later game they take the bigger precedent. Yeah. So then they go to they find Barracus and his whole army. Not his whole army, but a big portion of it camping because they have been moving. They found the lead. Decide, you know what? Let's try and do this. So the paladin wearing full plate decides to try stealth. Weird. And everyone else tried their stealth. And then Sid's like, you know what? Fuck this.
No. Before that, I said, fuck it, Leroy Jenkins, and ran out. And they looked at us like, what? And Sid's like, ah, shit.
And he dropped a full fireball on the encampment, which didn't kill literally everyone, but it killed about 70% of the bloody 70% of everyone there. Yeah, like it was a lot. So then they had some of the hobgoblins and some of the orcs left.
It was at that point that Arthur realized he liked cataclysmic world-ending spells.
Yes.
to use in the campaigns.
I'm pretty sure it was your first use of Fireball, actually. So anyway, you guys went and you did that fight, finding out that he was wearing Ephraim armor. And so you guys did that fight, and Barracus was about to kill Kat. Delvin came into the way, killed Delvin instead, went to go kill Kat, and then Balathorn used a wish that he got from Enrith from completing the challenge that we spoke about earlier, was to be rid of my enemies. Then they still had to go to the castle. Marcus, they cheesed. Yes. No, you were. It was when you guys were camping, and remember how you guys got like mugged by people, but they weren't strong enough, and you pretty much bullied them and told them to go back home because they were kids.
We told them who we were, and they were like scared of us.
Yeah. Anyway, so they continue forward without Delvin to do the mission. Otherwise, it was for nothing. They head further north to Zendikar, which is a completely different island from Valak. They were nowhere near Kansas anymore. Then they get there. My God. One of the players go, and they're trying to figure out how to enter. One of the players picks up a rock down the hall.
That was the one session that I was allowed to watch without playing because he killed me the session before.
And it was
and I said, big son of a bitch.
And there's this big elaborate dungeon that I built with like LEDs and everything.
Fog of
War, all that stuff. And we played it in the dark, so you could only see what you could physically see. And it was
holy
mad.
shit, that was so painful because I'm sitting there trying to watch them play, and it's like
you weren't wearing glasses at the time too. So
no,
like,
I wasn't.
It was vision was starting to go.
And they're like, "I'm gonna throw a rock down the hallway and see what happens."
And yep,
for about an hour and a half. Fucking painful.
Yeah, they go in. You use your Find Familiar. You see a beholder. The beholder turns, and then your Find Familiar is gone. And you're like, like, can I do an Arcana check to know what that is? And then I'm like, hey, you can do a history check because you remember the beholder's eye. You pass, and you told him. For some reason, you sent Dylan that way. Dylan opened the door, and it pretty much started to follow him out. So he ran. You all ran. Started killing stuff. At the start, it was stealthily. You got through the first two corridors very stealthily.
As soon as we saw the beholder, it became a fuck it.
Yeah, we got to run.
We're fighting everything in this
Then
building.
you were running. You got to a weird hallway area again. And that's where you fought the beholder in said hallway. As Azazel was at one end, just mauling down goblin after. And then you died because you didn't succeed your saving throw on its last attack, and then also you died.
Same time.
Exact same time.
Because Blake called me over, he's like, you're not going to believe this. I have to roll a dare to see what type of beam gets shot at the end.
Yep.
He looks down, he's like, read this. It's a death beam with a con save. I was like, oh shit.
Which is unfortunate because later down, the person I was playing, Azazel, turns to me and says, I'm holding the Holy Avenger, and it says that people within 30 feet of me get advantage on saving throws against spells. So you could have lived.
Right.
Yes, so, yep. You guys were doing that. Then what happened was that's
when we were sort of put into a bad situation where they were trying to give up lifespans to open a door to the 9 health.
Now, I'm going to explain something to you guys. You didn't know this because you weren't there. You ended up going home. We were at your house. You were there too.
I was there.
The last 3 enemies left. 2 orcs
I know.
and a drow. And it was Azazel, who was still pretty high in health. You got your paladin, then you have your barbarian, and you have your rogue. They had a choice. Do this guy's demands. Fight him. So they did the role play and did his demands, which was sacrificing half of Morpheus' life, Nalia's life, Cat's life, and one of the other players, Ragnar. That's why he died off screen as well. To open this door. Little did they know that they could actually 100% fought the two orcs and the drow and won. But they didn't.
We didn't know it at the time. It was also heavily implied that they were good friends with Barracus. So they were made to be quite formidable opponents. So eventually, they decided to give in and give half their life. Jacob didn't agree, but took half his life. Opened a door to the Nine Hells. He went down, and we didn't see him again.
But Friday did.
No, we didn't. This
Yeah, I
is
know.
from
I
Wednesday's
know.
group. Yeah.
And they saw one thing, which was big flames jump out of the door. And everyone went unconscious for a moment. That was the Balor coming out to play. Then, after that, pretty much we're hitting the end run now. Friday group actually met up with the drow that went in, half dead. Lachlan cast Vicious Mockery on him and killed him. So they never found out the information they needed to know. So they would have known about the Balor and they could have gotten ahead of the game, but they didn't know about it.
Mad. Thanks, Smokey. Appreciate you, mate.
So,
For everyone that doesn't know, Smokey's also our editor
yes, he is.
for the upkeeps.
That he is.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate you.
So anyway, so that happened, and because they opened up a door to hell, Barracus actually found it and walked out. But he couldn't do it alone. He needed something else to physically push him out of it, which was Imrith. He made a deal. If I deal with the Balor, my life back. She gave him the power to deal with the Balor. Now, she didn't understand the way.
He
So,
wanted to control it.
pretty much. If it's under his control, not whatever she wanted it to do, and then he has control of it. So,
At this point, we now need to have an array of new characters.
Yep.
Because 3 of them are dead. And
But-
that is where we meet
the final cast,
our good friend Bang,
and a good friend Sol.
our good friend Sol,
But
and our not so good friend. The other
that
guy.
is technically what I count. No, that's actually what I'll count as the first act, the first book.
Yeah.
Because that was a big doing.
Yeah.
That would have technically been book 1.
There's technically 4, I think, if you're not.
Yeah, I think there
Yeah.
was 4. Because then there was Return of Barracus,
Yep.
Start of Grazit.
Yep.
But yeah. So that was the end of book 1. And that's all we're going to talk about tonight. Because we can make more visual visual things be better. And we needed something to fill our stream time because we have been fucking horrible with that.
Yeah, fuck
over the
you,
past
Friday
week.
group.
Yep.
Ruin our shit.
So
Yeah, Jacob.
I know
fight me.
I know it's late. I think anyone who actually stayed back and watched us, thank you. Or anyone that comes through and watches all this on Twitch, thank you. If you want to catch more D&D stuff, you can catch us on YouTube, or you can watch us on Twitch. But anyway, does anyone have anything they want to say?
Wednesday group's best group.
Boulder. Boulders will always be number 1.
I'm tired.
This is the longest stream we've ever done. So again,
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Alrighty.
Oh boy.
Well, actually, the DM, you gotta close it out.
Hi, my name's Blake Ignatius. Thank you for watching the stream today.
Over a century ago, a demon lord from the Nine Hells rained terror upon the world of Astrathan in an attempt to create a 10th layer of hell, until an unlikely group of adventurers made a choice to stand in his way and defy his will. But not all was saved. A once simple way of life destroyed by his ambition, and the drowned, hated by everyone for their part in the terror that happened a century ago. The world left scarred, races divided. The world has new threats, and I guess you could say, a new story.